Part 4. Eliar. Chapter 21. A summer storm had been raging across the mountains of Kagwa with roiling clouds, staggering lightning bolts, and sharp cracks of thunder that seemed almost to shake the very stones of the eternal house at the end of the world. Wind-driven rain had swept the battlements, but not long after midnight the storm passed, and the silver-like moon emerged from behind the clouds to look down upon a world washed all clean by the savage storm. Dwyer stood at the north window in all her perfection, and her green eyes were a mystery. "Just exactly what's Gehen doing in Wekti, Dwyer?" Althalus asked her. "The trouble's coming from the north, Althalus," she replied, turning back to look around the room where they had all gathered. "Gehen sent Gelter to southern Ansu to stir up the tribes along the frontier. She dominated those tribes back in the 4th millennium, and she's the central figure in their mythology. Her return appears to be miraculous, and the southern Ansus are convinced that she's an immortal war goddess. They'll follow her blindly, and if we don't stop her, she'll crush Wekti within a month." "How did she persuade the Ansus that she's really the same Gelter who led them 6,000 years ago?" Althalus asked. "The Ansus aren't very bright, but that should have been a little hard to swallow, even for them." "Gehen arranged a few demonstrations, pet," Dwyer replied. "After Gelter came riding down out of the sky, skepticism became very unfashionable in southern Ansu." "Do the Wekti have any sort of army to meet them?" Eliar asked. "Enough to slow them down a little, at least?" Behaid laughed. "What's so funny?" Eliar asked. "Wekti's a land of sheep, Eliar," Behaid said. "That's the domain of the white-robe priests, and the white robes have elevated meek to an art form. The Wekti won't defend themselves. The apostate white robes have seen to that." "Do you suppose we could discuss theology some other time, Behaid?" Althalus suggested. "I need facts, not denunciations. Where's the capital of Wekti, and who rules?"
"Maybe I was getting a little sidetracked," Behaid apologized. "The government of Wekti is located in the old provincial capital of Kewon. The city dates back to the days of the Deccan Empire, and the titular ruler is a direct descendant of the last imperial governor."
"Titular?"
"He's a joke, Althalus. His official title is Natos, which is supposed to mean father. Shepherds have some very odd notions. His name's Dakrel, and he's a figurehead with no real authority. He wears a golden crown, dresses himself in an antique Deccan toga, and carries a scepter. He's a pudgy, balding man of middle years with a mind uncontaminated by thought. He never leaves the palace, and neither do any of his royal proclamations. The sycophants in his court all tell him how important he is. His face appears on Wekti coins, and that's just about the entire extent of his significance."
"Who's really in charge, then?" Andine asked.
"Exarch Yudon."
"Exarch? Is that some title of nobility?"
"It's a theological title, Princess. Each of the 3 orders is ruled by an exarch. The term roughly translates as the priest of the priests. Yudon's the real power in Wekti, so he's the one we'll have to deal with. He's a brilliant man, but he's shrewd, devious, and not to be trusted."
"Then they don't have any kind of army at all?"
Eliar pressed. 2 ceremonial legions in Dakrel's palace," Behaid answered. "They are fat, lazy, and probably completely useless. They carry swords but don't know how to use them, and if you march them for more than a mile, they probably all collapse and die of sheer exhaustion."
Eliar was frowning. "What about the ordinary people? Could we make decent soldiers out of them?"
"I doubt it," Behaid said. "They are shepherds, and they are more sheep themselves than they are human. A loud noise would send them running off in all directions, bleating in terror. The average Wekti spends his days cuddling lambs to his breast and composing bad poetry and worse songs about his love for the shepherdess in the next valley."
"Do we really have to get involved with these people, Emmy?" Eliar asked, turning to Dwyer. "It doesn't seem to me that they're worth the trouble." "We don't have much choice, Eliar," the goddess replied. "Gehend already controls Nekweros in the west. You might want to talk with Sergeant Kalor about your strategic position when your enemy controls lands on both sides of you. We won't be defending Wekti so much as we'll be defending our eastern flank." "I guess I hadn't thought of that," Eliar conceded. "We'd better go to Queron and talk with this Yurdon," Althalus decided.
Behaid laughed. "The war's probably going to be over before we get the chance to do that," he said.
"I didn't quite follow that."
"The White Robes are obsessively traditional, Althalus. It takes about 6 months to gain access to Yurdon. We'd have to wade our way upstream through whole platoons of self-important church functionaries before we'd even get close to the Exarch."
"I could use a door," Eliar suggested. "I don't think we want to wave the doors around in unfamiliar places," Althalus replied. "Gehend might have spies in Queron." He looked speculatively at Behaid. "Who's the headman of your order?" he asked.
"Exarch Emdal."
"If he happened to send a messenger to Queron to speak with Yurdon, that messenger wouldn't have much trouble bypassing the usual procedures, would he?"
"Probably not, but it would take a week at least to get in to see my Exarch to explain the situation to him."
"Your Exarch's a busy man, Behaid. We don't need to bother him. Who'd normally carry his message to Yurdon?"
"Probably Ascopas, one of the nobles of our church."
"Do they wear any special garb?"
"Their robes aren't made of burlap, if that's what you mean." Behaid plucked at the front of his roughly woven black robe. "And they wear scarlet sashes about their waists."
"Congratulations on your promotion, Scopas Behaid," Althalus said.
"We can't do that."
"Why not? If all it takes is a change of clothes to open doors, I'll spin you several yards of gold cloth."
"It's forbidden."
"In Arways, probably. But we aren't going to Arways, Behaid. We're going to Queron. Your order has no authority in Queron, so the rules don't apply there, do they?"
"That's pure sophistry, Althalus."
"Of course it is. Sophistry is the basis of any good religion. Didn't you know that? Would you need any credentials aside from the costume?" Behaid started to object further, but then his eyes narrowed.
"It might just work," he admitted. "It goes against everything I've been taught, but—"
"Our purpose is noble, Scopas Behaid. Our means to achieve that purpose aren't particularly important." Then Althalus looked at Dwyer. "Are you coming with us?" he asked. "I think you can manage things this time without my help, Althalus. The girls, Geher and I, will wait here." "Suit yourself," he said, rising to his feet. "Let's go find the door to Queron, Eliar." Dawn was just peeping over the rolling hills of Wekti when Eliar led Althalus and Behaid through a door that opened out into a small clump of willows off to the side of the road that came up from the south. Althalus went to the edge of the trees to look at the city. Queron lay 100 miles or so upstream from the ancient ruins of Arways, and it was on the east bank of the river Medio. It had that second-rate quality about it that was characteristic of all provincial capitals. In many ways it was no more than an imitation Decca, complete with a forum, a palace, and a temple, except on a reduced scale. The architecture was uninspired, and there was a wooden quality to the statues. The provincial governors who had ruled Wekti for centuries had been bureaucrats from the imperial city of Decca, and no secondary bureaucrat is ever burdened with artistic integrity, or any other kind, for that matter. They had wanted Queron to resemble Decca as closely as possible, and as a result, Queron did not soar as Decca had, it huddled instead. The temple of Queherdos adjoined the gubernatorial palace, and that too was a reflection of Decca, Althalus recalled, though he hadn't spent much time in the official part of Decca 25 centuries ago, when he'd got there to rob the salt merchant Queso. The similarities gave him that peculiar sense of having done all of this before, and he idly wondered if Exarch Yurdon might possibly keep a few dogs somewhere in his temple. Behaid looked decidedly uncomfortable in his new finery.
"How do you want me to proceed here, Althalus?" he asked.
"I'd try for arrogance, Behaid. Do you think you could manage that?"
"I suppose I could try."
"Don't suppose, Behaid. Be. You have to act the part if you're going to pull this off. You're carrying a vital message from Exarch Emdal to Exarch Yerdon, so let it be known that you'll kill anybody who stands in your way."
"Kill?"
"You don't have to do it, Behaid. Just threaten. You're wearing the garb of one of the nobles of your order. Bull your way through."
"Just exactly what is the message I'm carrying? Maybe I should write it down."
"Absolutely not. You don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. It's a verbal message, and it's for Yerdon's ears only. It should probably go something like this. Your exarch has recently discovered that the demon Daiva has begun his campaign to conquer the world, and since your exarch's so unspeakably holy, he set aside his traditional animosity for the apostate white robes to rush to their aid in the upcoming war with the powers of darkness." Behaid blinked. "We need some kind of reasonable explanation for the horde of barbaric Arams who will be arriving in Kayvon tomorrow or the next day, don't we?" "I'm sort of scraping this off the wall right now, so it's got a few rough edges. We can smooth those out as we go along. Yerdon probably already knows that there are Ansus massing on his northern frontier, but you'll behave as if you're bringing him alarming news. Try to look horrified and mention a few things that'll get his undivided attention. End of the world, invasion from hell by demon hordes, the sun going out like a snuffed candle, that sort of thing. Then you'll introduce Eliar as a spokesman for the clans of Aram, and then tell Yerdon that I'm a sort of business manager who's holding the purse strings of our sacred mission to save the world from the powers of darkness."
"Isn't that just a little thick, Althalus?"
"Of course it is. I'm just giving you a broad outline. Feel free to amend and improvise as you see fit, Brother Behaid. Unleash your creative imagination. After the way you handled Ampo back in Queron, I have absolute confidence in your ability to lie convincingly."
Behaid winced. "I'm not really supposed to lie to people," he protested.
"When you get right down to it, this lie comes dangerously close to the real truth of the matter. We actually are offering aid, and this upcoming war is a struggle between good and evil. All I'm suggesting is that you forgot to mention a few things that Yerdon's probably incapable of understanding. If you were to come right out and tell him the bald truth, he'd probably have you locked up as a dangerous lunatic. Just give him as much truth as you think he can handle and gloss over the rest. Tell him that the Arams are coming to fight his war for him, and he'll welcome you with open arms. We need to get our foot in the door, Behaid, and this is the quickest way I know of to do that." He glanced at the newly risen sun. "Let's go on into town," he said. "The white robes in the temple should be stirring by now." Behaid assumed a harsh, imperious expression when they entered the temple, and he spoke abruptly to the minor church functionaries as he demanded to be taken immediately to Exarch Yerdon. Althalus watched, but said nothing. Given a bit of training, he mused, Brother Behaid appeared to have some potential for an entirely different profession. Not all of the white robes leaped to do Behaid's bidding, however. There was an officious-looking priest seated at a small table in the anteroom outside the exarch's study, who had that well-remembered down-the-nose expression which had so irritated Althalus back in Dacre. "You'll have to wait your turn," he told Behaid in a lofty tone of voice.
"If this fool doesn't get to his feet immediately, I want you to kill him, Eliar," Behaid said flatly.
"You're in charge, my Scopus," Eliar replied, drawing the knife. "You wouldn't!" The officious doorkeeper scrambled to his feet and stopped looking down his nose.
"That's a little better. Now go tell your exarch that Scopus Behaid is here with an urgent message from the exarch of the Black Robes. The fate of the world may not totally depend on how quickly you obey, but yours does. Now move."
The terrified priest in the white robe scrambled to the exarch's door.
"Got his attention, didn't I?"
Behaid murmured with a grin. "You're doing just fine, Behaid," Althalus told him. "Don't change a thing." "The exarch will see you, Reverend Sir," the chastened official said with an obsequious bow.
"It's about time,"
Behaid said. Then he led Althalus and Eliar into Yerdon's ornate study. The room was lined with many shelves where books and scrolls were stored, and there were lambskin rugs here and there on the polished stone floor. Exarch Eddings was a thin, almost emaciated man in a cowled white robe. He had silvery hair and a deeply lined face that wore a slightly amused expression. "What took you so long, Sciopus Behaid?" he asked with a faint smile.
"Have we met before, Your Eminence?"
Behaid asked.
"Not personally, Sciopus, but I've been receiving progress reports, somewhat hysterical ones, actually, ever since you came into the temple. I was about half expecting you to kick down my door."
"I'll admit that my manner may have been just a trifle incivil," Behaid confessed. "The importance of my exarch's message seems to have unhinged my sense of courtesy. I apologize for that."
"No apologies necessary, Sciopus Behaid. Would you have really had Brother Achas killed?"
"Probably not," Behaid said, "but over the years I found that the word kill opens doors almost immediately."
"It certainly woke up Brother Achas. Tell me, Sciopus Behaid, what could possibly be so important that you felt obliged to offer general murder to bring it to my attention?"
"There's trouble brewing on your northern frontier, Your Eminence," Behaid said gravely.
"We're aware of that, Sciopus Behaid. Was there anything else?"
"The trouble may be more serious than it appears on the surface, Your Eminence. It's serious enough, at any rate, that it's moved my exarch to offer assistance."
"Did the sun go out while I wasn't watching?" Eddings said with a surprised look. "What could possibly have shaken Emdal so much that he's going this far?"
"Have you perhaps heard of a man named Gehend, Your Eminence?" Behaid asked carefully.
Eddings' face went dead white.
"You're not serious!" he exclaimed. "I'm afraid so, Your Eminence. We black robes have sources of information that aren't always available to white robes or brown robes. Exarch Emdal discovered just this past week that the tribes of southern Ansu are being stirred up by several of Gehen's underlings. Evidently Gelta, the Queen of Night, is planning to invade Wekti."
"Daiva's finally making his move, then," Eddings said in a trembling voice. "He's coming out of Nagarash."
"So it would seem, Your Eminence. That was the information that moved Exarch Emdal to discard his customary hostility to your order to offer his aid. The various orders don't agree about very much, but we do agree that Daiva's our ultimate enemy."
"We're lost, Sciopus Behaid," Eddings despaired. "We're priests, not soldiers. There's no way we can meet those savages from Ansu."
"Exarch Emdal's well aware of that, Your Eminence, and he's already taken steps to bring in a people who are qualified to make war. He opened the treasury of our order to hire mercenary soldiers from Arum. They'll reach Wekti very soon, and even Gelta and Pekal may have trouble dealing with those howling barbarians."
"Howling barbarians?" Eliar objected.
"A relative term, Eliar."
Behaid apologized. He turned back to the pale-faced Eddings.
"This kilted young man is Eliar, and he's the representative of the clan chiefs of Arum. I prevailed upon him to come with me to confirm my words and to go to your northern frontier to make a preliminary survey of the terrain for the generals of the approaching army."
"You move very fast, Sciopus Behaid," Eddings noted.
"I have all the demons of hell snapping at my tail, Your Eminence," Behaid said wryly. "That encourages me to step right along. This other gentleman is Master Althalus, the one who dispenses money. He's widely traveled in many lands, and he's an expert in getting things done in the most efficient manner. To put it in the bluntest terms, he knows which officials can be bribed to cooperate."
"You black robes are more devious than I'd thought," Eddings said.
"We are the oldest of the orders, Your Eminence," Behaid said rather sadly, "and we've had more experience in the real world than the white robes or the brown robes. Your orders are innocent of the innate corruptibility of most of mankind.
We Blackrobes lost all our illusions eons ago, and a world without illusions is a very bleak place. We see the world as it really is, not as we'd like it to be. Our motives are ultimately as pure as yours, but our methods are sometimes a bit cynical. We use whatever it takes to achieve our goals in an imperfect world.
Maybe I should take lessons, Eddings said. Watch, Your Eminence, Althalus told him. Watch and learn. Then he grinned roguishly. And since we are allies, we'll even give you a special rate for your education. Back to the house? Eliar asked when they'd returned to the thicket outside the walls of K1. Althalus frowned slightly. Let's go see Albron first, he decided. I think we'd better get things started. I want an advance party in K1 by tomorrow morning. Gelta's not the sort to dawdle around. She could come crashing across that frontier any day now, so let's be ready for her. Eliar had prudently marked the location of the door, and they passed through the house to reach Chief Albron's study. I was hoping you'd stop by, Althalus, Albron said. There's something we need to talk about. Oh? I've been cudgeling myself over the head about something ever since the conclave, and I can't for the life of me come up with any way to get around a notion that might possibly send Dwyer right straight up the wall. I try to avoid that if I possibly can. What's the problem, Albron? I think we're going to have to let Sergeant Callor know about the doors. What? Albron raised one hand. Hear me out, my friend, he said. When we brush aside all the nonsense about rank and station, Callor's the one who really be commanding our forces, and if he doesn't know about these doors, he won't be able to take full advantage of the strategic edge they'll give us. When you get right down to it, Althalus, it's far more important for him to know about them than it was for me to know. My chief has a point, Althalus, Eliar said. Sergeant Callor is the best general in all of Aram, and if we tell him the secret of the doors, he'll be able to use that in ways none of the rest of us could even begin to imagine. I'll have to talk it over with Dwyer, Althalus said dubiously. You do understand my point, though, don't you? Oh, I understand right enough. Floating the notion past Dwyer might take a bit of doing, though. There's nothing in Vecti to work with, Dwyer, Althalus told her that evening when they were alone in the tower. If the Hades evaluation comes even close, there isn't anybody with a backbone in the entire country. They might surprise you, love, she disagreed. I don't think I'll get my hopes up very much. Then he braced himself. One other thing. Albron said something that we might want to consider. Oh? What was that? The key man in what we are going to try in Vecti and any other place where the hand has things afoot is likely to be Sergeant Callor. We might be the ones with the grand ideas, but Callor's the one who's going to have to carry them out. He seems competent enough to me. He's a good soldier, right enough. Althalus hesitated. There isn't any way that's easy to say this, Dwyer, so I'll put it to you straight out. Albron thinks that we should show Callor how the doors work. It makes sense, she replied almost indifferently. Emmy, he protested. I said all right, Althalus. Go ahead and show Callor how we use the doors. Aren't you going to object at all? Did you want me to object? Well, no, but I was positive you would. Why should I? I thought that the house and what we can do with the doors was some kind of deep, dark secret. Where on earth did you get that absurd idea? Gehen knows all about the doors. He has doors of his own in Nagaresh, and he can do the same things we can by using his doors. Why should we hide the doors from our friends when our enemies already know about them? That wouldn't make any sense at all, would it?
What's going on here, my chief? Sergeant Callor demanded, looking around at the long corridor. This isn't the arms room.
No, Sergeant, it's not, Albron replied.
Where are we, and how did we get here?
It's a part of the world that very few people know about, Sergeant, Althalus told him. "There is an explanation for what we just did, but it's very complicated and more than a little tedious. Why don't we just say that certain normal rules don't apply here, and let it go at that? Now, if you decided that you wanted to go back to the city of Canthon down in Treboria, how would you get there?"
"I'd steal an horse and ride southeast for several weeks. Why would I want to go back to Canthon, though?"
"I just picked it at random, Sergeant. I know you've been there and that you'd recognize the place if you saw it. I happen to know another way to get there. Lead us to Canthon, Eliar." "Right. It's on down this hall a ways." Sergeant Calor looked suspiciously at his young protege, but made no comment. "Here it is," Eliar said finally, opening the door. Sergeant Calor looked briefly at the city beyond the threshold.
"That looks like Canthon, all right," he said almost indifferently. Then he looked at Albron. "Don't we have anything better to do, my chief? This is all very entertaining, but I've got some troops I've got to get ready for a long march."
"You don't believe that really is Canthon down there, do you, Sergeant?" Althalus suggested.
"Oh, of course it's Canthon, Althalus," Calor said with heavy sarcasm. "Everybody knows that natural laws don't apply to people like you. Why don't we take a quick hop to the backside of the moon so that you can show me the sights?"
"Would you like to go into the town for a while, Sergeant?" Albron asked him.
"If I walk through that painting, I'll rip it, my chief."
"It isn't a painting, Calor. That really is the city of Canthon."
"Have you been drinking?"
Calor asked bluntly. "There's a thought," Althalus said. "Why don't we go on into town and see if we can find a tavern?" Eliar led them across the threshold onto the road leading toward the gates of the city, pausing briefly to mark the location of the door. The look of skepticism began to fade from Calor's hard-bitten face as they approached the gates of Canthon.
"It's that blonde girl from Queron, Leigh, isn't it?" he guessed. "She really is a witch after all, isn't she?"
"If it makes you comfortable to think so, Sergeant," Althalus replied. "Now then, the point of this overdone theatrical display has been to suggest something that you might find quite useful. Do you really want a cup of ale right now? We can go into town and have a few if you want, but if you can hold off for a while, there are a couple of other things I'd like to show you."
"The ale can wait," Calor said shortly. He squinted at Althalus. "If this is some sort of game, Master Althalus, I'm going to be very, very disappointed in you. Why don't we look at some other town? But this time I'll decide which town."
"All right. Which town would you like to see?" Calor looked suspiciously at Albron and Eliar.
"Bahago," he said shortly. "Where in the world is Bahago?" Albron asked. "And when were you ever there?" Calor grinned at Althalus. "That sort of spokes your wheel, doesn't it? You haven't had time to create your illusion, have you?"
"No, I haven't. You're a shrewd man, Calor. Let's go to Bahago, Eliar." Sergeant Calor spent the next hour naming towns scattered across most of the lowland countries, and Eliar obediently led them to each one.
"There has to be some sort of trick involved in this," Calor said finally, "but I'll be hanged if I can see how you're doing it."
"And if it's not a trick?"
"Then I've gone crazy."
"Just for the sake of argument, let's say that it's not a trick and that you haven't gone crazy. Then let's say that you're leading a platoon of soldiers, or an army for that matter, and you want to take that army from Chief Albron's castle to some city halfway across the world. Wouldn't it be sort of useful to have this way to travel?"
"If this works the way it seems to work, I could put my chief on the throne of the whole world," Calor exclaimed.
"Now that's an interesting thought," Albron mused. "Never mind," Althalus said firmly. There was an excited young shepherd in Exarch Eudon's study when Eliar led Althalus, Behaid, and Calor into the room. The shepherd had fiery red, almost orange hair, and he wore a sheepskin tunic. "They were mounted on horses, Your Eminence," the young man was shouting, "and they were killing my sheep."
"Calm yourself, Salkin,"
the silver-haired exarch told him, motioning Behaid and the others to remain silent. "I showed them, though," the shepherd said fiercely. "I killed 3 of them. That'll teach them to leave my sheep alone."
"I'm fairly sure that the 3 you killed won't bother you again," Eddings murmured. "There are some people at the door, Sulkin. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment?"
"Perhaps he should stay, Your Eminence," Althalus suggested. "He has some information I think we're going to need."
"You certainly move around, Scopus Behade," Eddings observed. "My exarch encourages diligence, Your Eminence," Behade replied. "He insists, actually. This is General Calor, the commander of the arms, who approach your western frontier even now. We brought him on ahead to introduce him." "Your Eminence," Calor said with a curt nod of his head, "would it be all right if I spoke with your young visitor? He's actually seen our enemies, and I'd like to get some details." "Of course, General Calor," Eddings replied. "Your name is Sulkin?" Calor asked the redhead.
"Yes, sir."
"How many horsemen were there in the party that attacked you?"
"At least a dozen," Sulkin replied. "I was a little excited, so I didn't really count them."
"Where exactly were you grazing your sheep?"
"Up near the frontier. Not that you can really tell exactly where the frontier is up there. It's just open pasture land, so there's no boundary of any kind."
"I think I'll have to fix that," Calor said, "but we can get to it later. Now, these men who attacked you, what kind of weapons did they have?"
"Spears," Sulkin replied.
"Short ones, or were they long?"
"Pretty long."
"Were they throwing them, or were they riding along, stabbing your sheep with them?"
"That's the way they were using them. I don't remember any of them throwing their spears."
"Were they carrying any other kinds of weapons?"
"I think they had curved swords."
"Were any of them carrying axes?"
"Not that I saw."
"If they were on horseback and you were on foot, how did you manage to kill those 3?
"I used my sling, sir. All Wekti shepherds carry slings. We have to drive off packs of wolves every so often, so we practice with our slings all the time."
"Where do you aim?"
"Usually for the head."
"You don't carry spears or bows?"
"They just get in the way, sir. A sling doesn't weigh hardly anything, and you can find good rocks anywhere."
"I thought the sling was just a child's toy."
"Oh, no, General Calor," Althalus told him. "I carried a sling for years myself when I was younger. It kept me eating on a regular basis."
"Could a man kill a horse with one?"
"Easily. The bone between a horse's eyes isn't very thick. I haven't used a sling for a long time, but I'm fairly certain I could drop a horse in mid-stride from 100 paces.
"That's a little hard to swallow, Althalus."
"I've taken rabbits at 50 paces, and a horse is quite a bit bigger than a rabbit." Sergeant Calor suddenly grinned broadly.
"I think my job just got a lot easier. You were dead wrong, Althalus. The Wekti do have an army, and it's exactly the force I'm going to need."
"I'm not sure I follow your reasoning, General Calor," Eddings said with a puzzled look.
"Infantry's at a distinct disadvantage in a fight with cavalry, Your Reverence," Calor explained. "Mounted men can move faster than my foot soldiers can, and they use the bulk of their horses to push us back. I'll build the standard earthworks along the top of the hills and line the hillsides with pointed stakes and trip lines, but that'll be mostly for show. Our enemies are cavalry units, and they'll charge up the hillsides to attack my trenches. As soon as they come in range of your sheep-herders' slings, though, they'll stop."
"Our religion frowns on the killing of our fellow men, General."
"Young Sorkin here killed 3, didn't he?"
"That was in the defence of his sheep, General. In my circumstances, killing men is permitted."
"Don't worry, Your Reverence. I don't want your sheep-herders to kill men. I want them to kill horses. Our enemies are cavalry, and they probably spent their whole lives on horseback. They're so bow-legged by now that they can hardly walk. After your sheep-herders kill their horses, though, they'll have to walk to reach my trenches. Their spirits will already be broken, and they'll be fighting uphill in a manner they aren't accustomed to. I'll have them for lunch."
"How do you know that their spirits are going to be broken?"
"A cavalryman gets very attached to his horse, Your Eminence. He loves his horse even more than he loves his wife. we'll be facing an army of blubbering cripples trying to charge uphill through obstacles and in an hailstorm of arrows and javelins. Very few of them are going to reach my trenches. I'd better go have a look at the ground and find a suitable location for the earthworks. Won't it take quite a long time to dig trenches all the way across northern Wekti? Eudon asked. Calor shrugged. Not too long, really. I have a lot of men, Your Eminence, and they'll dig diligently, since the trenches are the only defence they'll have to keep them alive.
We've still got some daylight, Althalus said when they returned to the house, so we've got time enough to go have a look at the ground. Behaid, why don't you go tell Drea what we've accomplished so far today? Don't make too big an issue of killing horses, though. She's sort of sentimental sometimes. Tell her that we'll be back in a little while. All right, Eliar, let's go look at northern Wekti. It was a murky afternoon when Eliar led Althalus and Calor through a door that opened out onto a grassy hillock. Sergeant Calor looked around.
No trees, he said.
That's why people call it grassland, Sergeant, Althalus told him. We call the places with trees forests.
You really ought to try and get over that, Althalus. My point was that we'll need stakes, so we'll have to bring them with us when we come here.
Althalus, Eliar hissed. Peckhow's out there someplace.
Where?
I'm not sure. He's close, though. The knife's singing to me. Why don't you see if you can get it to be more precise? Eliar closed his hand around the knife hilt, and a look of intense concentration crossed his face. They're right on the other side of this hill, he whispered. They? I think it's Gend who's with him. Take us back to the house, now. But...
Do as he says, Eliar,
Calor snapped in a half-whisper. Yes, sir. Eliar led them back to the place where the door was located, and they went through it to emerge back in the corridor of the house. Where do we want to go now, Althalus? Eliar asked. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I want you to find a door that's about 10 feet from where Gehend and Pekal are standing. Then open the door as quietly as you can. I don't want to go through the door, though. What I want to do is stand here in the corridor and listen to what they are saying.
Now that's something I hadn't even thought of, Calor said admiringly. Do you think you can manage that, Eliar?
I'm not sure, Sergeant. We can try, I suppose. Eliar put his hand on the door next to the one they just used. This one feels about right, he whispered. He slowly turned the handle and inched the door open. Just beyond that door, Althalus saw Gehend and Pekal standing in knee-high grass. The sky to the west was an angry red, and seething black clouds raced across that fiery sunset. Beyond the two men, Althalus could see a vast encampment that spread out over the next valley. Gehend still wore that peculiarly archaic helmet he'd worn in Nabjor's camp, and his burning eyes flashed angrily at the brutish Pekal. I want you and Gelta to stop all this playing around. Quit running across the border to murder everybody you come across.
We are just taking out scouting parties, Master, Pekal replied.
Of course you are. Sometimes she's even worse than you are. Put a leash on her, Pekal. Tell her to stay on her own side of the border. How long will it be until the rest of her army's in place?
2 weeks at least. She's got 3 tribes that haven't arrived yet.
Tell her that she's got 1 week. We've got to move before Althalus can fortify that frontier. Tell her to pull back and stop these raids across the border. We move in 1 week, whether you and Gelta are ready or not. I've got to stay ahead of Althalus.
You worry too much about him, Pekal scoffed harshly.
You better start worrying, Pekal. He's moving faster than I thought he possibly could. He's learning more about that house every day. Now pull back and quit raiding down into Wekti. All you're doing is alerting him.
Yes, Master, Pekal replied sullenly.
Chapter 22. Shut the door, Eliar, Althalus whispered. Eliar nodded and quietly closed the door. Well, Calor, Althalus asked the hard-bitten sergeant, have we got time enough to be ready for them? Calor squinted thoughtfully.
It'll be close, he said, but with a little luck, he shrugged.
I've always been sort of lucky,
Althalus said. "But just to be on the safe side, I think we'd better have a talk with Dwyer." "Who's he?" Calor asked.
"He's a she, Sergeant," Eliar said, "and I think you're going to like her."
"Where does she live?"
"Right here," Althalus told him. "This is her house."
"She's a noblewoman, then?"
"She goes quite a ways past noble, Sergeant," Eliar said. Althalus led them along the corridor to the granite stairs at the base of the tower.
"She stays here most of the time," he said as they started up.
When they reached the top of the stairs, they found the others there. Dwyer, Undine, and Leitha were deep in a discussion about hairstyles. Behaid was reading the book, and Geher was staring out of the north window at the mountains of ice with a bored look of discontent. "How nice of you to stop by, Althalus," Dwyer observed dryly. "Busy, busy, busy," he replied. "Stop that." "Sorry, we've been jumping around quite a bit. This is Sergeant Calor. He'll be commanding our forces in Wekti." "Sergeant," Dwyer greeted their guest with a slight inclination of her head.
"Ma'am," he replied, "you have quite a house here."
"I'm glad you like it. My brother left it to me quite some time ago."
"It's an unusual sort of place."
"Indeed it is, Sergeant," she said with a peculiar smile touching those perfect lips. "We've made quite a bit of progress in Wekti," Althalus reported. "I'm sure Brother Behaid's told you about our conference with Exarch Yodon. The Exarch's a little suspicious about our motives, but he's in no position to argue with us. Sergeant Calor here looked over the ground where we're going to meet the Ansus, and he thinks it'll be defensible after he puts up some earthworks. Oh, I almost forgot. We saw Gehend." "You what?" Her tone was decidedly unfriendly. "He looked well. We didn't get the chance to talk, but I'm sure he'd have sent his regards to you if we had." "You're starting to make me cross, Althalus." "Althalus came up with a way to use the doors that hadn't even occurred to me," Eliar broke in eagerly. "Did you know that if you open one of those doors near where some people are talking, you can stand out in the hall and hear what they're saying?" "I suppose you could," she replied. "I have alternatives available to me, so I've never really needed to do it that way." "What makes it so good is that the people you're listening to don't even know you're there. As long as you stay on your side of the door, they can't see you." "How did you come up with that particular notion?" Dwyer curiously asked Althalus.
"My shady background, probably," he replied. "The point, though, is that we were eavesdropping while Gehend was giving Pekhal a fairly thorough dressing down. It seems that Pekhal and Gelter have been amusing themselves by raiding down into Wekti, and Gehend spoke quite firmly to Pekhal about that. Then he ordered the brute to start the invasion 1 week from today."
"Can you be ready for them, Sergeant?" Dwyer asked.
"I think so, ma'am. Once we get some troops up along that frontier, I'll send out scouts. I'd like to know whether I'll be facing cavalry or infantry."
"It'll probably be both," she said. "Pekhal's a foot soldier, and Gelter spent most of her life on horseback."
"That's useful to know, ma'am. Althalus here tends to gloss over details sometimes."
She smiled. "I know," she said. "He can be very offensive sometimes, can't he?"
Calor shrugged. "He's sort of useful right now, ma'am, so I can pick up with his little quirks. I think his whole problem springs from his notion that he's amusing. When you get right down to it, he's not really that funny, but I suppose I can learn to live with him."
Althalus gave Calor a hard look. "Is everybody teasing you, Alfie?" Leia asked with feigned sympathy. "Poor baby."
"I gather that you're the one in charge, ma'am," Calor said to Dwyer.
"More or less. Althalus usually does what I tell him to do, eventually. Will taking orders from a woman disturb you, Sergeant?"
"Not particularly. I'd rather take orders from a clever woman than a stupid man, but we're facing a policy decision right now. I'll handle strategy and tactics, but I'll need to know what policy you want me to follow."
"Could you clarify that, Sergeant?"
"Our enemies, Pekhal and Gelter, are going to make their move next week, and I'm going to meet them. Just how far do you want me to go? I can give them bloody noses and let it go at that if you want."
But you'd rather not do it that way, I gather.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't. But I'm not involved in the political side of this war. A good soldier avoids politics and religion. But if all you want me to do is spank 'em and send them home, we'll do it that way.
But you wouldn't like it?
No, ma'am. If all I do is rough 'em up a little bit, they'll be back again next month, and I'll have to tie up troops I might need someplace else just to guard that frontier.
What's the alternative?
Annihilation, ma'am. If I kill everything that moves along that border, I won't have to go back and do it again. It's brutal and messy, but this is war, not a tea party. You're a lady, and ladies are tender-hearted. My best advice, though, is for you not to put any restrictions on me.
Burn, fight, kill?
Exactly.
All right, Sergeant, your leash is off.
You and I are going to get along just fine, ma'am, Calor said, with a steely smile.
Despite Callow's impatience, Dwyer insisted that they all stay for supper. "The ladies are feeling sort of left out, love," she explained privately to Althalus. "Let's keep peace in the family, if possible. I'm a little pressed for time, Dwyer. You're forgetting where you are, pet. These golden moments won't interfere with your schedule at all, since time here moves, or doesn't, as I tell it to." The ladies took a while, quite a while, to dress for dinner, and then they all sat down to what could only be called a banquet. Andine reverted to hovering, and she filled Eliar's plate 3 times before he advised her that he was full clear up to here, with a gesture in the vicinity of his throat.
"How long's that been going on?"
Calor asked Althalus. "Quite a while now."
"I was sort of wondering why Eliar's been having trouble concentrating here lately. The same sort of thing's happening between the priest and the witch, isn't it? Do you think you could persuade Dwyer to hold off on the weddings until after the war? Married men don't make good soldiers."
"She's sort of keeping things under control," Althalus said. "I think she agrees with you on the issue of mixing wars and weddings, Sergeant." Then he looked across the table at Dwyer. "Would you be offended if we talked shop while we eat?" he asked her. "As long as you don't get too graphic," she replied. "I think we'd better have Eliar take Brother Behaid back to K1, Althalus said. "There's a red-headed sheep-herder there that Sergeant Callow's going to need when the fighting starts. We'll want him to gather up as many other shepherdeers as he can lay his hands on and start them toward the frontier."
"You're actually going to make them walk?"
Behaid asked. "We aren't going to need them for several days, so let's keep them out from underfoot until the earthworks are complete. If they make it to the trenches on time, fine. If they're still too far away on the day before the invasion, Eliar can use the doors to get them where they need to be." "Should I stay in K1 with Behaid?" Eliar asked. "No, just take him to K1 and come right back. You have to take Calor and me to see Albron. We need to decide which clan we want to use to build those fortifications, and I might need some kind of authorization to start that clan marching."
"A keg or 2 of those gold coins is probably all the authorization you're going to need, Althalus," Calor snorted. "I think I'm going to use Gwetti's clan to build the fortifications, and the word gold gets Gwetti's complete attention."
"Let's pay attention to the courtesies, Calor. I don't want to offend Chief Albron." "Excuse me," Geher said. "I just had an idea." "Brace yourself, Sergeant," Althalus warned Calor. "Geher can be very creative when it comes to using those doors. Some of his ideas are so complicated that half the time I don't even understand what he's talking about." "Go ahead, Geher." "This war's not the only one we'll have to fight, is it?" "I'm sure it's only the first one. There'll be others." "Then wouldn't it be a good idea to start all the Arams marching right now?"
"Where to?" Calor asked curiously.
"That doesn't really matter."
"I don't exactly follow you, young man."
"Well, it takes a little while for them to get started, doesn't it? I mean, they've got to gather up their equipment, say goodbye to their lady friends, get drunk a time or 2, and like that. Isn't that sort of the way it goes?"
"It's pretty close to that, yes."
"The time might come sometime later, when one of Gehen's people surprises us, so we might need a lot of soldiers in a hurry."
If they are already marching up and down the hallways here in the house, Eliar can pop them through a door, and they'll be right where we need them in about a minute."
"You mean just walk them around in circles?" Eliar asked in a puzzled tone.
"Why not? Wouldn't that fix it so that Emmy wouldn't have to trick them into thinking that they've been walking for months and months? Some of them really will be walking for a long time. They'll be right here any time you need them. You'll have 7 or 8 armies right in your pocket, and you can take them out any time you need them."
"Can we do that?" Callow asked Althalus incredulously.
"I don't see why not. We might have to work out a few details, but the basic idea is perfectly sound."
"Did I leave something out, Althalus?"
Geher asked. "We'll have to tell them where we're going, Geher. We almost have to let them know where the war is before they start." Geher shrugged.
"Tell them they're going to Fiddle-Faddle or Hip-Hop to fight a war against the Whizbangs or the Verplanians. Make up some names. The way I understand it, the Arams don't really care where the war is or who they're going to fight. All they're interested in isn't getting paid."
"I knew there was something wrong with this idea," Althalus said triumphantly.
"Did I miss something?"
Geher looked a little crestfallen. "The unpleasant word pay just cropped up, Geher. As soon as they start walking, I have to start paying."
"But you'll be paying for the time out there, and it's shorter out there than it is here, or longer, maybe. If you start counting it all up, I think you'll find out that you're paying less. Besides, you said that when you went into that storeroom where you keep your gold, the light from your lantern wouldn't even reach the walls. If the place is that big, you've got so much gold that it doesn't even mean anything anymore."
Althalus stared at the boy. The urgency that had been in Gen's voice when he'd given Pekal his orders had strongly suggested that he was afraid. Althalus had assumed that he was the one Gehen feared. Evidently that wasn't quite true. This tousle-haired little boy, who hadn't even seen his 10th birthday yet, was the one who really frightened Gehen.
"That's all right, Alfie," Emmy's voice murmured inside his mind. "I still love you, even if you have just been outclassed."
"There are better warriors in Aram than Gwetti's clan, my chief," Callow was saying to Albron a few hours later in the smooth-shaven chief's study, "but they're the best when it comes to field fortifications."
Albron nodded. "Gwetti likes it that way," he noted. "He adores stalemates, since he gets paid by the day instead of the job. His men are far more expert with shovels than they are with swords."
Callow nodded. "I don't really like them very much, but in this situation they're exactly what I'm going to need. I don't want somebody like Twengor. He's too unpredictable for this kind of battle."
"What's your overall strategy, Sergeant?" Albron asked.
"I'm still working on some of the details, my chief, but I've got a few surprises for Pekal and Gelter up my sleeve."
"Oh?"
"As it turns out, the Wekti aren't quite as meek as we all thought they were. They're quite militant when it comes to protecting their sheep. They use slings, and I'm not talking about some child's toy. We came across one young fire-eater who killed 3 of Pekal's mounted men when they attacked his herd."
"With a sling?" Albron seemed startled.
"A rock right between the eyes kills a man, or an horse, even faster than a sword in the belly, my chief. Gelter's Ansus are cavalrymen, and that had me a little worried. My cares are all gone now, though. The Ansus may start their attack on horseback, but they'll be on foot by the time they reach the trenches. Then the Ansus, who don't know a thing about infantry tactics, are going to have to attack uphill on foot."
"Very shrewd, Sergeant."
"That's only the start, my chief. I'm going to put all Chief Deller's clan somewhere kind of close to the battlefield on the west side, and I'll hire a cavalry army down in Plakand. I know quite a few people down there. The Plakanders are even better horsemen than the Ansus. They'll sweep up around the east side of Wekti. They've got a week, so they'll be in place when the battle starts. I'll let Pekal's Ansus wear themselves out trying to attack Gwetti's fortifications, and then I'll signal Deller's men and the Plakanders. and they'll rush the Ansus from behind. I don't think there'll be very many survivors, my chief." "Brilliant, Calor, brilliant." "I rather like it myself, my chief. I'd like to borrow your sister's husband, Melgor, though. I'm going to be scampering around like a dog with his tail on fire, setting everything in motion. And Chief Gwetty encourages his men to take their time while they're digging trenches. I think I'll need somebody on that line to crack the whip over them every so often. Those earthworks absolutely must be in place before the week's out, even if it means that poor pinch-faced Gwetty has to get by with short pay." "I'll take care of that, Sergeant," Albron said, obviously trying to make it sound casual. "You said what?" "I think it's time for me to get my feet wet, Calor. I spend all my time here making business arrangements. You know, I've never actually taken part in a single one of the wars I've hired you out to fight since my father died. I'm tired of being nothing but a businessman. I want to be a real Aram." "You aren't good enough, Albron," Calor told his chief bluntly. "I'm a quick learner, Calor. Whether you like it or not, I am the chief, and I am going to Wekty to crack the whip over Gwetty's ditch-diggers." Calor winced. "Would you agree to taking Melgor along to advise you, my chief, and to flex his muscles when some Gwenti man starts to argue with you about how long it takes to throw a shovelful of dirt out of a trench?" "I don't really get along all that well with my sister's husband, Calor. I am a chief, and I do know how to give orders. I'll take care of the trenches, Sergeant." Then he grinned almost boyishly. "I'm being just a little childish about this, aren't I?" "A little, yes. What brought this on, my chief?" "The excitement, Calor. Despite all the hours I have to spend adding up columns of figures and counting stacks of pennies, I'm still an Aram, and when the horns blow, my blood starts to race. This might just be the most important war in the history of the world, and I'm not going to be left out." Calor sighed. "No, my chief," he said in a resigned tone of voice. "I guess you won't be at that." Eliar returned from Kewon early the following morning. "Exarch Yudon didn't like it very much," he reported. "I guess he thought that none of his sheep herders were going to have to do any of the fighting. He really likes the idea of having other people do his work for him. Behaid changed his mind for him, though." "Oh?" Althalus asked. "It was sort of along the lines of, if you aren't interested enough to do some of the fighting, the rest of us won't bother either." Yudon got the point almost immediately. "Where do we go to now?" "Gwetty's Hall. Let's get his ditch-diggers to the Wekty border as soon as possible." Althalus looked inquiringly at Dwyer, who sat at the table, idly leafing through the pages of the book. "Was Ger at all close to being right when he was talking about the doors to every wen?" he asked her. "More or less," she replied. "Why do you ask? I think I'm going to need more time than I've really got. I like the notion of having all the clans of Aram roaming around in the halls of the house here, but it's going to take quite a while to set it all up. If Eliar can take me through the door to last week to give me time enough to get the clans moving, everything will be in place before Pekal and Gelta mount their attacks. I don't like it when the hours start nipping at my tail feathers, though. When that happens, people start making mistakes." "We'll take care of it, dear. Get Gwetty's men started, and then come back here. I'll need to explain some things to Eliar. The doors to everywhen are a bit different from the doors to everywhere, and there's a different procedure involved." "All right, pick up one of those kegs of gold, Eliar, and let's go to Gwetty's house." Eliar put his hand on the hilt of the knife for a moment and frowned slightly. Then he nodded, almost as if someone or something had just spoken to him. "It's just a ways down the hall from Chief Albron's door," he said. Then he took up one of the kegs and led Althalus and Calor down the stairs. "How long have you two been married, Althalus?" Calor asked as they started down the hall. "What?" Althalus asked. "You and the lady who's in charge of everything. You're married, aren't you?" "Where did you get that idea?" "You aren't?" Calor said incredulously. "You both behave as if you're married." Althalus laughed. "I guess we do at that,"
he conceded. "I'm sure we'll get around to that eventually, but there are a few technicalities we'll have to take care of first. Getting her family's permission might be a little tricky."
"This is the door,"
Eliar said. "What's on the other side?" Althalus asked him.
"The big door that opens into the hall where Gretty calls his men in to get their orders."
"You better let me do the talking, Althalus," Calor suggested. "I broke Gretty to harness at the conclave, so I know how hard I have to jerk his reins to point him in the right direction."
"And you enjoy it too, don't you, Calor?" Althalus suggested with a wicked grin.
"Tweaking Gretty's nose is one of my favourite pastimes, Althalus," Calor chuckled.
Eliar led them through the door into a musty-smelling and very large hall where Chief Gretty was sitting hunched over a rough table, counting pennies.
"I've come for your men, Chief Gretty,"
Sergeant Calor announced brusquely. Gretty tried to hide the pennies on the table in front of him.
You surprised me, Sergeant," he said.
Then a look of sly cunning came over his pinched-in face.
"I'm glad you stopped by," he said. "There is something we overlooked during the negotiations at the conclave."
"Oh, I thought we pretty much covered everything. It's so much per day per man, right?"
"Oh, that part's all right," Gretty said quickly. "But we overlooked the rent on their weapons. Good swords and axes are expensive, Sergeant."
"We'll provide the weapons, Chief Gretty," Althalus stepped in.
"But—"
Gretty started to protest. "We are renting bodies, Gretty, not the cheap swords in your storehouse."
"What about their boots?"
Gretty asked, almost desperately.
"It's a long way down to the low country, and my men are certain to wear out their boots along the way."
"I'll take care of that, too. Quit trying to swindle me, Gretty. You're out of your class. Do you want to talk about how much you plan to pay us for the rations your men are going to eat along the way?"
"That's absurd."
Gretty's eyes bulged. "They're your men, Gretty. Feeding them is your responsibility, not mine. If half of them starve to death, that's your problem. Those are the terms, Gretty. I'll pay so much per man per day, and I'll trade you the rations for the weapons and boots, and we'll call it even."
"That isn't fair,"
Gretty protested. "Life's that way sometimes. Make up your mind, Gretty. If an even trade doesn't suit you, I'll go see Chief Eliar, and you can go back to fondling those pennies. Quickly, Gretty, I'm a little pressed for time just now." Eliar set the keg down on Gretty's table, opened it, and took out a handful of coins.
"You're not being very—"
Gretty began to protest. He broke off suddenly as Eliar let the tinkling coins dribble down out of his hand back into the keg. "Done?" Althalus demanded bluntly.
"All right, you thief," Gretty snarled. "We have an agreement."
"How long will it take to gather your clansmen?"
"They're already here, Chamberlain Althalus. I'll order them to march just as soon as you pay me. I want 1 month in advance."
"Don't be silly. 1 week."
"Totally unacceptable."
"Pick up the keg, Eliar," Althalus said. "Let's go see Chief Eliar."
All right, Gretty said. "Don't get excited. 1 week it is."
"Always a pleasure doing business with you, Chief Gretty," Althalus smirked. "Pay him, Eliar, and let's get started. Arya Undine doesn't like to be kept waiting."
"You're running me ragged, Althalus,"
Eliar complained when they were all back in the house a few hours later.
"This jumping back and forth between everywhere and everywhen has got me stretched so thin that light's starting to shine right through me."
"Just do what he tells you to do, Eliar," Sergeant Calor ordered, "and stop feeling sorry for yourself."
He looked at Chief Gretty's wooden-faced, kilted clansmen plodding along the corridor.
"They look about half asleep," he observed.
"At least half," Althalus agreed. "Their minds are busy, though. Right now they think they're marching through the mountains of Kagwa. They're out of touch with real time. In the last half hour or so, they believe they've set up camp about 12 times. They'll be in Rekti before the day's out, but they'll be positive they've been marching for a month or more. Stay with them for now. Bark a few orders now and then so they know you're here. Stay away from the north wing of the house, though. Chief Delios' men are going to be roaming up and down the corridors there within the next hour."
"How are you managing to keep this all straight?"
"It's a little complicated, Calor, but I'm a professional swindler, so I'm used to complications."
Althalus chuckled.
"What's so funny?" Calor asked. Gehr was right. I'm paying Guetti and the other chiefs for the time that passes where they are, and the house deletes all the time they normally spend marching through the mountains. I think Guetti's going to be terribly disappointed when I return his men to him after only a couple of weeks have passed."
"You've got the soul of a thief, Althalus," Calor accused.
"Why, thank you, Sergeant."
"It wasn't intended to be a compliment."
"That sort of depends on your point of view. All right, Eliar, let's go back to last week again. I got some special plans for Smegor and Tauri." "Oh?" "I want them to be totally out of any possible contact with Gehend, so I think I'll insist that they lead their men personally instead of just turning the job over to some captain. I want those two right under my thumb." Althalus was close to exhaustion by the time he and Eliar had managed to get all the clans of Aram to the house, and he collapsed into his chair at the dinner table.
"I could sleep for a week," he declared.
"Probably not," Dwyer disagreed. "I'd guess a day and a half at most. Don't try to deceive us, Alfie. You're having the time of your life."
"It is sort of fun," he admitted. "I haven't really done anything at all that strenuous today, but I've been to so many places that it's all a blur. I've hit all 8 clans of Aram since sunrise, and I've lost count of how many times I've passed through the house."
"There's one thing left that we need to settle, Althalus," Undine said. "If you think that Leigh and I are going to just sit here twiddling our thumbs while you men folks are out there playing, you'd better think again. Next time you go out, we are going with you."
"Oh, no, you're not," he told her. "I'm not going to put you two in that kind of danger, from both sides."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"It has to do with that boy people and girl people business. I've been hiring soldiers, not choir boys, and soldiers tend to be very direct when they want something. You and Leither'd probably be in more danger from the Arams than you'd be from the Ansus."
"Why don't you let me take care of this, Althalus?" Dwyer suggested. "Eat your supper and then get some sleep. You've got another busy day ahead of you tomorrow."
The voice of the spirit of darkness wailed, wailed, and the echo of its wailing lay dark and heavy on the rolling lands of the Ansus. In the valley below, men did war upon each other with stones. Sharp were the stones, and bright was the blood, and it filled the heart of Pekal with delight to see the blood. And behold, stern-faced Gelta, queen of the night, did mount the hill astride her midnight horse, and her axe of stone did weep, weep the blood of her fallen foes. "They flee," the queen of the night exulted. "All do flee before me, my beast-like comrade, and so it shall always be, always. No man of humankind dares face my wrath. Thou art my true sister, queen of night," bestial Pekal spake, "for it seemeth me that the taste of blood is as sweet upon thy tongue as it is upon mine. We will feast this night upon the flesh of our foes, and the night shall be filled with our rejoicing." "And whither shall we go upon the morrow, brother mine?" the scar-faced queen of night demanded in her harsh voice. "All of Ansu is mine, mine, and which land or city shall next fall beneath mine invincible will? Direct thy wrath most keenly at that city men call holy," bespake bestial Pekal, "and fill thy belly with exultation, for behold, I shall stretch forth mine hand into time yet to come, and I shall arm thee and all thine hosts with weapons of wonder. Cast aside thy weapons of stone, queen of night, for I shall arm thee and thine with steel, and Awe shall cast aside Dewas at thy command, and they shall instead bow down to thee, and to me, and to our master Gehend. And behold, the temples of Dewas shall ring with praise of Deva, and the altars thereof shall run red with sweet, sweet blood. Always will be mine, dear brother, the Queen of Night gloated in savage ecstasy. Dewas shall be cast out, and Daiva shall reign supreme over all the world. And the despairing wail rose above the plain in an exultant shriek, and the heart of the Queen of Night was full. Chapter 23. They were subdued the following morning at breakfast.
Did we have all the same dream again?
Gare asked Dwyer in a shuddering voice. She nodded.
I thought so,
the boy said.
There was that howling noise off in the distance. It didn't really happen that way, did it? What I mean is, when those two were talking to each other way back then, that wasn't the way things really were. They were changing things, weren't they?
They didn't like the way things turned out, so they went back and altered them, Dwyer replied. Gelta was never able to conquer all of Ansu, and she didn't even know Pekal until much later. Pale blonde Leitha's face was filled with horror.
What is it, dear?
Undine asked in a concerned voice.
That little meeting wasn't very nice, but...
She hesitated. Their conversation only touched the surface, Undine. What was going on in their minds was far, far worse.
You can do that? Behaid exclaimed. They were just an illusion. Could you actually hear the thoughts of illusions?
It was impossible not to hear them, Behaid, she told him in a sick voice. Pekal and Gelta are worse than animals. That dreadful slaughter filled them both with unspeakable lust. I wouldn't pursue that, Leitha, Dwyer said quite firmly. Push what you heard away. It was only a dream, after all, and it was probably directed at you even more than at the rest of us. Me? Gehen knows who you are and what you can do, Leitha. That little performance was probably for your benefit. Gehen was trying to show you something so hideous that you'd be afraid to ever use your gift again. Steel your heart, Leitha. This probably won't be the last time he'll try it. He's afraid of you, so he'll do everything he possibly can to keep you from doing what you're supposed to do.
There is something we should think about, Althalus said.
Oh? What was that? Dwyer asked.
Gehen's probably been working on his invasion for quite some time, wouldn't you say?
Obviously.
Then he's almost certainly got people in the court of the Natas of Wekti and in the temple of Keherdos who work for him, hasn't he?
I'm sure he has.
Then Undine was right. She and Leitha almost have to go with us to Wekti. Absolutely out of the question, Behaid declared. It's too dangerous.
We can protect them, Behaid, Althalus told him. My point was that we need to have Leitha in Kaiwan. I have to know who Gen's people are there.
If we are so worried about taking a girl people with us, why not just dress them in boy people clothes?
Geher suggested.
Geher,
Undine said gently.
Girl people don't look exactly like boy people. We have slightly different shapes.
She drew in a deep breath to make her point.
You see what I mean?
She suggested, making a vague gesture at the front of her dress. Geher blushed bright red.
Oh,
he said.
Well, wouldn't looser clothes, sort of...
He floundered, blushing even more brightly. Undine giggled wickedly.
That's not nice, dear, Leitha scolded. Then she looked at Eliar. Chief Elbron has servants, hasn't he? She asked.
I wouldn't exactly call them servants,
Eliar replied. He's got stable boys who take care of his horses, and there are people in his kitchen who carry food to him and like that. He takes care of most of the things he wants done by himself.
The people in Wekti wouldn't know about that, though, would they?
Probably not, no.
Then they wouldn't know that Elbron doesn't have servants in the usual sense, would they?
I doubt it. Leitha looked Undine up and down.
Would you please stand up for a moment, dear?
She asked.
Undine rose.
What are we doing here, Leitha?
You're very small, aren't you? Leitha pursed her lips.
That isn't my fault. Would you go stand beside her, Geher?
Leitha requested.
Yes, ma'am, if you want me to. Geher rose and went around the table to Undine. I sort of thought they might be about the same size, Leigh said. If we dressed them in identical clothes and hid Undine's hair under some kind of cap. You mean dress up like page boys? Undine asked. Could we get away with that, Althalus?
It might work, he replied, particularly if Elbron took a few other liveried retainers with him to Vecti. I'll speak with Yerdon about suitable quarters, and those retainers wouldn't be soldiers, so they wouldn't be going up to the trenches with their chief. We'll be able to conceal Leigh in that group, and she should be able to locate any turncoats.
Are you going to be a page boy too, Leigh?
Undine asked her friend. I'm taller than you and Geher, dear, Leigh replied. I'd have a little trouble passing as a 10-year-old. She stroked her face speculatively. How do you think I'd look if I wore a false beard? She asked them. Behaid howled with laughter, and Leigh turned on him, her eyes flashing angrily. Stop that, she snapped at him.
There's something else we'll need to attend to before you all leave for K1,
Dwyer said thoughtfully. Aren't you going with us, Em? Althalus asked.
I think it might be better if I stayed here. I can keep an eye on our enemies from the window and let you know if they're planning any surprises.
That window's a long way from Vecti, Em.
It was a long way from Dacre that night Quesso's dogs were chasing you, pet, and I didn't have any trouble seeing what was happening. The window's where I want it to be, Althalus. Come and see for yourself.
She rose and led him to the window. The mountains of Kagwa weren't there anymore, and Althalus found himself looking down at rolling grassland. Is that Vecti? He asked.
Northern Vecti, yes. Up near the Ansu frontier. This is probably in the general vicinity of where we'll be fighting the battle. Now then, Sergeant Calor will be commanding our forces during the battle, and I think we'll want him here instead of down there on the ground. He'll be able to see better, for one thing, but there's a far more important reason.
Oh?
Gehen's henchman, Coman, shares Leith's gift, and if Calor's anywhere on the battlefield, Coman will pick up any order he gives before it even leaves his mouth. Coman can't hear anything that happens here, though.
Won't it be a little hard for Calor to give orders from here in the house, though? He can shout fairly loudly, but that's a long way down, Em.
That's why we're going to need another door. She reached out and patted the stone wall beside the window. Right here, I think. It won't be quite like the other doors in the house, so you'd better make it look a bit different, so that Eliar knows that it's sort of special.
Where's it supposed to go, Em?
Where we want it to go. Usually to the spot Calor can see from the window. Eliar's going to carry his sergeant's orders to our forces down there on the ground.
I don't see much advantage to that, Em. Coman can hear Eliar as well as he can hear Calor, can't he?
Only if he knows where Eliar is. And if Eliar's using our door, he'll be popping in and out so fast that Coman won't be able to home in on him. We'll experiment a bit, but let's get the door in place. Make it an arch, Althalus, and give it brass hinges and an ornate handle, so that Eliar knows that it's no ordinary door. Use Perry. It's a bit more formal, and we'll use the word portal when we speak of it instead of the word door. It's important for Eliar to think of it differently. Make the door, Althalus.
Whatever you say, Em. He thought back and remembered an arched doorway he'd seen in Dwayer's temple in Magu. He concentrated on that image and said, Perry.
Very nice, Althalus, she complimented him when the door appeared. I think that's exactly what we want.
Then she turned and looked across the room to where Eliar and Geher were sitting. Geher was talking excitedly, and Eliar looked a bit confused.
Eliar, Dwyer said, come over here to the window. I want to show you something.
Right away, Emmy, Eliar replied, coming to his feet.
The rest of you should probably look as well,
she told the others in the room. They all trooped on over to the window.
A new door?
Undine observed.
Where does this one go?
Down there, Leigh replied, gesturing toward the window.
That's not Kagwa, is it?
Behaid asked, peering out the window.
No, Dwyer told him. It's northern Vecti, and it's probably where we'll be fighting the Ansus. This new portal's not like the other doors in the house. They're attached to a specific place, but this one opens any place we'll want it to. When the battles begin, we're going to station Sergeant Callor at this window, and Eliar's going to carry his orders down to the battlefield." She looked at Leigh. "How long does it usually take you to home in on one specific person's thought, dear?"
That depends on where he is and how many other people are around him, Dwyer, and how noisy things are in the vicinity," Leigh replied. "I think it'd be very difficult in the middle of a battle."
"I thought so myself. If Eliar uses this door to carry Sergeant Callor's orders to the men on the ground, he'll be there and back before Coleman can even begin to locate him." "Excuse me," Gare said. "Did I understand what you were saying, Emmy?" he asked. "I mean, is that door beside the window really the door to any place at all?"
"Pretty much, yes."
"And to every when, too? I mean, could Eliar go to that big church in K1 30 years ago through that one door?"
"Yes. Why do you ask?"
"What a neat door!"
Gare exclaimed.
"Why don't you try that thing we were just talking about with this special door, Eliar?"
"We could try it, I suppose," Eliar said dubiously. He frowned. "I'm not sure what that place would look like."
"I don't think it'd look like anything at all, Eliar. That's sort of what it means. Try it, and let's see what happens."
"All right, Gare." Eliar's eyes went distant, and he reached for the ornate brass handle. The door suddenly changed. The brass hinges and solid planks disappeared, and the archway became a formless hole filled with absolute darkness.
"No!"
Dwyer's voice was almost a scream.
"I was only trying,"
Eliar started to explain.
"Stop! Push that thought away, and don't ever do that again."
The very walls seemed to shake with the intensity of her voice. Eliar flinched back, and the portal returned to its former state.
"What did you do, Eliar?"
Undine demanded.
"It wasn't my idea," Eliar defended himself. "Gare wanted to see what the door to nowhere and nowhen looked like." "Stay completely away from that idea, Eliar," Dwyer commanded. "Don't ever even think about it again." "It can't be all that dangerous, can it?"
Gare sounded a bit frightened.
"Think, Gare. Think about what you just asked Eliar to do. What would lie beyond that door he almost opened?" "Nothing all that dangerous. Wouldn't it just be empty? I wanted to see what nothing looked like. I'd been thinking about everywhere and everywhen, and I turned the idea over to look at the other side of it. That's when I got the notion of nowhere and nowhen. Wouldn't that just be the door to empty?" "Exactly. Emptiness is hungry, Gare, so it swallows whatever comes near it. People, houses, moons, suns, and stars. Stop experimenting, Gare. From now on, don't even mention these wild ideas to Eliar until you've talked it over with me first. The door you just told him about is the one door we never open."
"I wish I had a donkey," Eliar said, grunting under the weight of the keg he was carrying along the streets of the cow town of Cerdon in northwestern Placand. "We've got one," Callor told him with a grin. "His name's Eliar." "How did you meet this man we've come to see?" Althalus asked the sergeant. "We were on the same side in the war for a few years back," Callor replied. "We worked out some coordinated tactics to use against the army of Capro up in Iquero. My infantry would hold the Capros in one place, and Crater's cavalry would hit them from behind."
"That's his name?"
"Crater, yes. He's a tribal chief over in eastern Placand. He's primarily a cattleman, but he picks up money on the side by hiring his horsemen out to fight wars in the civilized lands. After the Placans heard about how the clans of Aram were getting rich as mercenaries, they decided to give it a try themselves. Kreuter and I get along well together. I know I can trust him, so he's the one I thought of when I came up with the idea of hitting the Ansus from the rear with the cavalry. If Kreuter tells me he's going to be someplace at a certain time, I know he'll be there when I need him."
You've made a lot of contacts over the years, haven't you, Sergeant?
I've been in a lot of wars in a lot of places, Althalus, so I got friends in most of the Low Countries.
Are you sure this Crater's going to be here?
He comes here every summer to sell cows to the cattle buyers from the civilized lands. If he isn't here yet, he's on his way, or he's just left. I'll check around town and find out. If he hasn't arrived, or he's on his way home, we'll be able to chase him down. Those doors were made for this sort of thing.
Calor stopped in front of a log building with a crudely painted sign representing a bunch of grapes hanging over the door.
"This is Crater's favourite tavern," he said. "Let's try here first."
Inside the tavern was a dingy place with a strong smell about it. Although it was still early morning, there were a fair number of noisy patrons.
"We're in luck," Calor said. "There's Crater over there in the corner."
He squinted at the big man seated on a rough bench.
"Better yet, he seems to be fairly sober. Let's go talk with him."
They pushed their way through the crowd to where the burly chief sat. Crater had muddy blonde hair and a beard that appeared to have been squared off at the bottom with a sharp knife. He had ox-like shoulders and huge hands.
"Well, bless me, if it isn't my old friend Calor," the burly man said. "What are you doing here in Placan, Calor?"
"Looking for you, as a matter of fact. How have you been lately?"
"Can't complain. What's afoot?"
"Have you sold your cows yet?"
"Just yesterday. I thought I'd take a few days off to celebrate before I rounded up my men for the trip home."
"I caught you before you got too far along, then. Have you got any serious plans for the next month or so?"
"Not really. Is something in the wind?"
"I've got a little war in the works. I think I'm going to need some cavalry, and I thought of you right off. Are you interested?"
"We can talk about it. Where is this war of yours, Calor? My men and I just finished a long cattle drive, so if your war's over in a Percane, the money'd have to be very good."
"The money's good, Crater, and the war's almost on your doorstep."
"Oh? I haven't heard any noises of that kind lately. Where is it?"
"North Wekti."
"There's nothing in Wekti worth fighting about."
"Except for its location. The southern Ansus seem to have gotten bored with life, so they decided to sweep down through Wekti to make a strike into Medio and Equiro for fun and profit. The people I'm working for would rather the Ansus didn't, and they certainly don't want a war crashing around inside their cities. I've set up a defence line across northern Wekti to hold back the invasion. If we leave it that way, I'm looking at a long, tedious summer."
"So, you want me to come at them from the rear, I take it,"
Crater surmised. "It worked when we fought the Capros," Calor said with a shrug. "The Ansus are going to be piled up against my fortifications, so they won't be able to get away from you when you hit them from behind. I'm getting paid for the job, not by the day, so there's no point in dragging it out."
Crater squinted at the ceiling.
"The Ansus aren't really as good as they seem to think they are, and their horses are pretty scrubby," he mused. "Is the pay good?"
"I'm not complaining about it."
"A short war for good pay, and home by autumn, eh, Calor?"
"If we can work it that way."
"I think you can count me in, friend."
"I'll need to have you in position in 5 days, Calor told him, "and I'd like to have you swing out wide to the east, so the Ansus won't know you're coming."
"You're being obvious, Calor. I know how to do this. Now, then, let's talk about the pay. How long's it going to be until I see some money?"
"About as long as it's going to take this young feller here to get his wooden purse open," Calor replied with a broad grin.
"I don't think I've ever heard of a wooden purse before," Crater said.
"It's all the rage lately, Chief Crater," Althalus told him. "Open the purse, Eliar, and let's get down to business here."
"It's sort of expected, Exarch Eudon,"
Chief Albron said, apologetically, as they trooped into the fairly spacious apartment the priests of Caherdos had prepared for the Aram war chief.
Ever since the clans of Aram started fighting wars in the civilized lands, we've been contaminated by their way of thinking. To be perfectly honest with you, I'd have preferred to leave these servants at home. I don't need page boys or a resident soothsayer when I'm fighting a war, but for some reason, appearances have gotten to be more important than reality. It's the curse of civilization, Chief Elbron, Eddings said. He smiled faintly. If you think an Aram war chief is burdened with servants, try the life of a high-ranking churchman. Then he looked curiously at the robed and hooded figure of Leigh. Do you Arams really put much store in soothsayers? He asked. We used to. Some of the more backward chiefs won't even change their shirts without consulting their soothsayer first. I've more or less outgrown that. If it's all right, I'll leave my page boys, soothsayer and valet here when I go up to the trenches. Speaking of that, I'd better change into my work clothes and get started. The exarch of the Black Robes didn't hire me for my social graces. I'll leave you to your preparations then, Chief Elbron, Eddings said. He bowed slightly and then left the apartment.
You're very smooth, Chief Elbron,
Undine said approvingly, looking around the rather splendidly furnished apartment. The Aria of Ostos wore scarlet livery identical to Geher's, and her long hair was tucked up under her bag-like cap. I've occasionally visited the civilized world, Princess, Elbron said, shrugging, so I know how the game's supposed to be played. Are you picking up any hints of Gehen's spies, Leigh? Behaid asked the hooded blonde girl.
Quite a few, she replied, pushing back her hood. Gehen has a few people over in the palace of the Natos, but they're mostly concentrated here in the temple. Gehen seems to know that Natos Dakrel doesn't loom very large here in Vecti.
Is there anything significant afoot here in the temple? Althalus asked her.
Not really. The ones Gen's planted here are spies, not plotters. I wouldn't advise sharing too much with Eddings, though. A couple of Gen's people are quite close to him, and he might let a few things slip.
We'd more or less planned to keep him at a distance anyway, Elbron said. You'd better pull your hood up again, Leigh, he advised.
It's a little warm, she complained.
I'm sorry, but an Aram soothsayer always keeps his face concealed. I guess it's supposed to add to the mystery. He laughed slightly. That's what gave me the idea of disguising you as a soothsayer in the first place. Chief Twengor's father had a soothsayer who guided him for 30 years, and it wasn't until after the soothsayer died that they discovered that she wasn't a man.
It's better than pasting on a false beard, Leigh, Undine said. I was sort of looking forward to swashing and buckling and twirling my moustache, Leigh said, sounding slightly disappointed. I'm sure you'd have been very convincing, Undine said, right up until you started to walk. What's that supposed to mean? You swish, dear.
I what?
Swish. All sorts of things move when you walk. Have you ever noticed that, Brother Behaid? She asked.
Behaid's face turned slightly red.
I thought I noticed you noticing, Undine said. You definitely get his attention when you walk past him, Leigh.
Really? Leigh said with feigned astonishment.
You should have mentioned that, Behaid. If you enjoy swishing so much, I'll be more than happy to—
Do you suppose we could talk about something else?
Behaid interrupted her. Let's leave the children to their entertainments, Althalus, Chief Elbron suggested. Callow's waiting for us in the trenches. Right, Althalus agreed. Eliar put his hand on the door latch and concentrated a moment. Then he opened the door and led the way into the raw earth-smelling ditch Chief Gwetti's men were digging across the open pastures of northern Wekti.
Ah,
Sergeant Callow said when he saw them.
Any problems down in K1, my chief?
Things went smoothly, Sergeant, Elbron replied. He looked around.
They're making better progress than I'd thought they would, he observed. Gebel knows his business, my chief, Callow replied. Gebel? He's a sergeant of Gwetti's people. As soon as he gets out from under his chief's thumb, he does things right. Gretty always tells his men to drag things out as long as they can. They smile and nod to keep him happy, and then they ignore him. I talked with Gebel as soon as they got here, and he had his surveyors out staking the trench line almost before I finished. He's a very methodical sort of fella, and he's done this before. Calor turned and pointed toward the east. This ridge line sort of wanders along that dry stream bed, and it's just about perfect for our purposes. We'll have a steep slope leading uphill to our earthworks, and that's always an advantage. Things almost always roll downhill, and Gebel's got some very interesting ideas about various things that we'll be able to roll down into the teeth of the Ansus when they try to charge our earthworks. I'll introduce you to him, and he'll explain things. I'd listen very carefully, my chief. Gebel's an absolute genius when it comes to trench warfare. Not as good as you are, certainly. Better, my chief. He isn't much good when it comes to attacking, but he's a master of defence. He forces his enemy to come to him. It's not the best way to win a war, but it's a very good way to keep from losing. It drags things out quite a bit, but that makes Chief Gretty happy. Most of the time, Gebel's enemies give up and go away after a few months of mounting futile and costly attacks against his earthworks. That's as good as winning, Sergeant. Sometimes, maybe, but probably not this time. I've already taken care of that, though. I want Gebel to hold this line and nothing else. I've got other forces that will take care of the attacks that are going to exterminate the Ansus. Come along, Chief Albron. I'll introduce you to Gebel, and then Eliar, Althalus, and I have to go back to the house. I want to move old Chief Delior's men to Elkan in North Equiro, so that they'll be in position on our western flank when the time comes. Sergeant Gebel was a blocky man with a bushy beard and a bald head. His kilt revealed legs as thick as tree trunks. He spoke in a dry, deep voice, without very much emotion. "I'm pleased to meet you, Chief Albron," he said, rather unconvincingly. "Has Calor explained the situation to you?" "We're here to dig trenches," Albron said. "That wasn't what I was talking about. You do know that I give the orders here, don't you?" "Of course, Sergeant. I'm here to learn, not to lead. I'm studying war, Sergeant Gebel. Calor tells me that you're the best there is when it comes to defence, so I've come here to learn from you." "There isn't exactly a schoolhouse, Chief Albron," Gebel growled. "I won't have the time to give lectures." "I'll stay out from underfoot, Sergeant," Albron promised. "I can learn most of what I need to know by just watching." "I've got some other fish to fry," Calor told them, "so I'll leave you gentlemen to your ditch digging. I'll be back in a little while." Althalus, Eliar, and Calor stood in a doorway leading off one of the halls in the north wing of the house. "Are you sure this is the right door, Eliar?" Calor asked. "I don't see anybody coming yet." "This is the door we want, Sergeant," Eliar insisted. "Chief Deller's men should be coming along soon." Calor grunted. Then he looked curiously at Althalus. "Just exactly what is it that Delior's men think they're looking at when they're wandering around through these halls?" he asked. "The mountains of Kagwa," Althalus replied. "They can't see the walls, or the ceiling, or the hallway?" Calor pressed. "No, they are seeing trees and mountains and sky. It's a form of suggestion, Sergeant. If I started talking about how hot it's been lately, you'd start to sweat before long." "Are you the one who's doing this to them?" Althalus laughed. "I'm good, Calor, but I'm not that good. Duea's taking care of it. It's her house, so it more or less does what she tells it to do. Just exactly who are we waiting for?" "A certain Captain Dragon. He's the one who's leading Chief Delior's clansmen. He and I have worked a couple of wars together before. He isn't quite as good at trenches as Gebel is, but he's a master when it comes to surprise attacks." "Here they come," Eliar said quietly, pointing down the hall. A large group of kilted men were plodding rather aimlessly toward them, led by a bleak-faced man with silver-grey hair. "What kept you, Dragon?" Calor called out to him. "I was picking berries, Calor," the bleak-faced man replied sardonically. "What are you doing up here?" "Just making sure you wouldn't be late for the party. If you've got a few minutes, maybe we could talk."
"All right," Dragon agreed. He turned. "You men keep going, I'll catch up later," then pulled off his helmet and looked around. "I hate the mountains," he said. "They're pretty to look at, but they're not too pleasant to walk through."
"Truly," Calor agreed.
"How's Gebel doing with the trenches?"
"He's a bit ahead of schedule. You know how Gebel is."
Calor made a wry face. "Oh, yes," Dragon agreed. "I think he's part mole sometimes. We were on opposite sides in a war down in Perquane a few years back, and I had to attack his earthworks. That turned out to be moderately unpleasant. What are we coming up against this time, Calor?"
"Cavalry, at least for right now. I've got an hunch there'll be infantry involved as well, but my scouts haven't located them yet."
"Any guesses yet about when?"
Calor nodded. "We got lucky. One of my scouts wriggled through the brush and eavesdropped on a planning session. We got 4 days until the fun starts."
"How about where? When's nice, but where's just as important."
"I'm still working on that part."
"Work faster. Gebel's trenches can probably hold out for a couple of weeks, no matter what gets thrown at him. But I need a location, soon. If I have to run my men 50 miles to get to the battlefield, they'll be a little winded by the time they get there."
"You're fairly close to the city of Elkan in northern Equero right now, Drayton," Calor said. "You'll probably have a day or so to pause and regroup when you get there. I'll let you know as soon as I find out anything meaningful about where the main attack's going to hit Gebel's trenches."
"Do that, Calor. I really hate being late for a war."
"It wouldn't be the same without you, my friend."
There was a great deal of activity on the slopes below Gebel's partially completed trenches when Eliar took Calor and Althalus back through the door to northern Wekti, and Chief Albron was wearing a rather self-satisfied expression.
"Ah, there you are," he greeted them. "Did you get Captain Dragon and his men to Elkan?" "They'll be here by tonight, my chief," Calor replied. "Have any of those sheep-herders got here yet?" "Gebel's scouts have seen a couple of advance parties of them. Take a look down that slope, Sergeant. I persuaded Gebel to add something to that forest of sharp stakes his men were planting."
Calor climbed up out of the trench and looked down the slope.
"Bushes?" he asked. "What's the point of weaving bushes in amongst the stakes?" "That's no ordinary bush, Sergeant," Albron told him. "The local Wektis call it the shrub from hell. It's a bramble with 3-inch thorns, almost like steel needles. They grow wild along the river. I accidentally brushed up against one of the blasted things a few hours ago, and as soon as I got the bleeding under control, I thought they might be an interesting addition to our barricade out front." "You didn't try to order Gebel to use them, did you?" "I know better than that, Sergeant," Albron said. "I just handed him a limb from one of those cursed things and said, 'Isn't this interesting?' He got the point, 6 or 8 points, actually, almost immediately." "It was only a suggestion, then?" "Precisely. I know a lot more about politics than I do about war, Sergeant. I didn't put Gebel's nose out of joint, if that's what you're worried about. He's still giving orders, but now he listens when I make suggestions." "You're better at this than I thought you'd be, my chief." Then Calor looked down the slope again. "Why did you and Gebel thin out the stakes in the places where there aren't any bushes, though? You've given the Ansus natural highways right up to your front door." "They aren't highways, Sergeant. They're funnels. After the Ansu cavalry hits those bushes, they're going to be riding very unhappy horses. No amount of spurring or whipping will persuade their mounts to dash into those barricades. The Ansus are going to be forced to find easier routes upslope. Gebel and I gave them those easy routes. As soon as the sheepherders get here, we'll concentrate them at the upper end of those funnels. We'll have them wait until the front ranks of the Ansus are about halfway up the hill. Then they'll jump up all at once and pick them off by the dozen. The ones coming along behind are going to have dead horses rolling down all over the top of them. Gebel's almost positive that the combination of the bushes, the funnels, and the slings will totally demoralize the Ansus. and keep them out of our trenches. Can you think of anything we've left out?" Callor was scowling. "Don't rush me," he grunted. "I'm working on it." "Work all you want, Sergeant," Albron boasted. "We've covered everything. We'll still be here when your friends arrive." "That's all that matters, my chief. If you and Gebel can hold them here, I'll get Crater and Dragon into position. We'll wait until the Ansus are fully engaged, and then I'll instruct Drayton's infantry and Crater's cavalry to charge the Ansu rear. We'll grind them into dog meat right there on that hillside."
"Our chief is really very good, isn't he, Sergeant?" Eliar said enthusiastically.
"Oh, shut up, Eliar," Callor snapped.
"Yes, my sergeant,"
Eliar said obediently, concealing a sly grin behind his hand. Althalus was growing more and more edgy as time moved on. Gebel's trenches were little more than shallow ditches at this point, and Althalus could see no way that they could possibly be completed in the time remaining. "We've only got 3 more days, Eliar," he told his young friend after supper in Chief Albron's apartments in the temple at K1. "If Gebel's trenches aren't ready, Gelta's going to ride right over the top of him."
"Sergeant Callor says that Gebel's a lot farther along than he seems to be, Althalus," Eliar replied. "I guess the really hard part when you're digging a trench is cutting down through the sod. Once the sod's out of the way, the rest of the job's easy, and it goes a lot faster. As I understand it, now that Gebel's men have cleared the sod, half of them will keep digging, and the other half will be driving in the stakes and setting up other obstacles to the front of the trench. Sergeant Callor's sure that they'll be ready when the time comes." Then Undine burst through the door. "Eliar!" she exclaimed. "I have to go back to Osthos immediately."
"Calm down, Undine," Althalus told her. "What's this all about?"
"Leitha's been gathering information here, and she's managed to uncover Gen's plans. His next move is going to be a renewal of that war in Treboria. The half-wit in Canthon is already amassing his forces. I have to go to Osthos and warn my chamberlain. This running around and popping in and out of doors is very entertaining, but I do have responsibilities in Osthos. Please, Althalus, take me home." "You'd better do as she says, Althalus," Dwea's voice murmured in his mind. "Things probably aren't quite as bad as she seems to believe, but you'd better pacify her."
"What's Gen really up to?"
"I think he's trying to spread us out. He's still ahead of you, Alfie, but not by very much. He's trying to confuse you, I'd imagine. This attack on Osthos might be a ploy to pull us out of position. He knows about Leitha's gift, so he might have his people here in K1 feeding false information to her."
"He may know about Leitha," Althalus replied, "but I don't think he knows about Ger. That little boy's idea of putting all the clans of Aram in the house has arranged things so that I can field an army anywhere in the world at a moment's notice."
"Don't get overconfident, Alfie. This new war in Treboria might be bogus, but we can't be positive. Take Undine home so that she can warn Lord Dakan, but then bring her back to K1. I don't want that girl running around loose out there."
Chapter 24. It was early the following morning when Eliar led Althalus and Undine through the door into Lord Dacon's study, high in the palace at Osthos. The silvery-haired chamberlain looked up from his desk angrily.
"Who gave you permission to—"
He broke off.
"Eliar?"
he said incredulously.
"What on earth are you doing here?"
"Just following orders, my lord," Eliar replied.
"And Althalus," Dakar said, "is that really you?"
"It was the last time I checked, Lord Dakan. You are looking well."
"I'm still breathing, if that's what you mean. I thought you were going to sell Eliar into the salt mines in Ansu."
"I decided to keep him instead, my lord. He's a very useful young fellow now and then." "You don't even recognize me anymore, do you, Dakan?"
Undine, still dressed as a page boy, said archly.
"My Arya!"
he exclaimed, coming to his feet.
"Where have you been? I've been tearing the world apart looking for you for over a year now.
Undine rushed to him and threw her arms about his neck impulsively.
Dear, dear Dakan, she exclaimed, I've missed you so very much.
I don't understand this at all, Althalus, Dakan said. What have you done to my Arya?
I sort of borrowed her, Dakan.
I think the word is abducted, Althalus, Dakan corrected.
It wasn't his fault, dear Dakan,
Undine told him.
He was acting on orders from the one we both serve now.
You've changed, Arya Undine.
Grown up a bit, you mean?
She laughed then.
How in the world were you able to stand me before? I was absolutely impossible.
Well, a little, maybe, he conceded.
A little? I was a monster. Would you be willing to accept a blanket apology for all the trouble I caused you after I ascended the throne? Your patience was almost inhuman. You should have turned me over your knee and given me a good sound spanking.
Undine, hadn't we better sort of move along? Eliar suggested. We've got a lot of things we have to do. He's right, Undine, Althalus said.
Yes, he's so irritating when he's right.
I gather that your feelings about the young man have changed, my Arya, Dakan suggested.
Well, sort of, yes. Most of the time I don't even want to kill him anymore. Now I feed him instead. It wasn't really his fault that he killed my father, you know. I know whose fault it really was now, and Eliar's going to kill that one for me. Isn't that nice of him?
I don't understand any of this, Althalus, Dakan admitted.
The world's going all to smash, Lord Dakan, Althalus told him. But my associates and I are going to fix that. You'd better tell him what's about to happen, Undine. We don't really have very much time here.
I'll be brief,
she promised.
The turmoil Althalus spoke of isn't accidental, Dakan. There's a man in Nekwaros who's behind it all, and he has allies all over, stirring up trouble so that he can rule the world. The idiot in Canton's part of that alliance, and it won't be very long before he comes knocking at the gates of Ostos again.
Has the fool hired more Aram mercenaries?
No, the Arams aren't available to him. I've already hired every able-bodied man in all of Aram.
Dakan paled visibly.
Arya Undine, he exclaimed, you'll strip the treasury bare. How much did you promise to pay these heathen barbarians?
Althalus provided the money, Dakan. It didn't cost me a penny. You'd better tell him what to do, Eliar. Let him know what to expect.
Yes, Undine, Eliar said. It sort of goes like this, Lord Dakan. We're not sure exactly when the Canthons are going to invade your territory, but it probably won't be very long. We've got an army, and we'll come to your aid, but we're in the middle of another war right now. We'll have to finish that one before we can come here. I know how good your soldiers are, since I've fought them before.
I seem to remember that, yes, Dakan said dryly.
We can't be sure just how big an army the Canthons are going to throw at you, my lord, but they'll probably outnumber you by quite a little. You won't be able to hold them back out in open country, so you'd probably better not try. Your best course would be to fight a delaying action. Kill as many of their men as you can without losing too many of your own. Little skirmishes, ambushes, that sort of thing. Keep pulling back the way Undine's father did last time. The walls of your city here are the one advantage you've got. Pull your men back inside and close the gates. I promise that I'll come and raise the siege before you run out of food.
I can't stay, Dakan,
Undine said in her vibrant voice,
so you'll have to hold my city. Please don't let our enemies destroy my Ostos.
All I can do is try, my Arya, Dakan said dubiously. I think time's going to be as much our enemy as the Canthons, though. The best intentions in the world can't move an army overnight.
Eliar will be here when you need him, Dakan,
Undine told him.
You have my absolute promise on that.
Then she impulsively threw her arms around the old gentleman's neck and kissed him soundly.
Until later, my dear, dear friend,
she said in her throbbing voice. It was about noon on that day when Eliar and Althalus located Sergeant Callor and Chief Albron in the trenches near the east bank of the river Medio.
"It's not done that way, my chief," Sergeant Callor was explaining. "Only an idiot mounts a mass attack along a broad general front. The normal strategy is to mass your troops at one specific point and then strike like a spear thrust. But where? That's the problem, my chief. We don't know where the Ansus are going to hit us. We know that they'll come at us the day after tomorrow, but we can't be certain where their main attack is going to be." "Can't we make any guesses?" "I can think of a dozen places where I'd attack if I happen to be on the other side. When you're going to mount a main thrust, you always want to choose some place with terrain features that'll help you. Woods to hide your movements, a gentler slope to the hillside, weaker defences, things like that. Then you pick several places a long way from there and throw away a few battalions with diversionary attacks. The diversions are intended to draw the bulk of the defenders out of position and to force them to commit their reserves. Then, when you mount your main attack, the defenders don't have any troops left to meet you." "I see," Chief Albron said thoughtfully. "If I understand you, then, the best strategy would be to just ignore those first attacks and hold fast until the real one starts." "Exactly. But how do you know which one is the real one? I was working a war down in Purkane a few years back, and my opponent was one of those let's-wait-and-see fellas. I outsmarted him by starting my main thrust at first light. I made my diversionary thrusts after I was already on top of him. He was so certain that my first attack was only a diversion that he pulled men out of the main fight to meet my false thrusts. It's almost like a game, isn't it?" "It's the best game there is, my chief," Callor said with a sudden grin. "The word strategy means outsmarting your enemy and recognizing all the tricks he'll use to deceive you." Callor tapped his forehead. "Wars are won here, my chief, not out there in the trenches. Right now I'd give a month's pay to know where Pekhal's going to make his main thrust." "Really?" Althalus said. "I don't suppose you'd care to put that down in writing, would you, Sergeant?" "Not when I'm talking to you, I wouldn't." "Spoil sport," Althalus accused him. "I think I see where you're going with this, Althalus," Eliar said. "You do know that Bade's going to go right through the ceiling if you even suggest it, don't you?" "Oh, he'll come back down eventually. I won't really put Leigh into any danger. We'll bring her up here to the trenches tomorrow evening and let her snoop around in Pekhal's mind a bit. We'll have her back in K1 before the fighting starts." "Shouldn't we bring her here this afternoon?" Chief Albron asked. "Wouldn't that give us more time to make preparations?" "We don't need time, my chief," Eliar reminded him. "That's what the doors are all about." "Pekhal's got access to doors of his own, most likely," Althalus added. "That's why we don't want Leigh here until about 10 or 12 hours before the battle. Gehen knows about Leigh's abilities, so he might try to dupe her with false information. If he's told Pekhal and Gelta to hit our lines here, and that's the information Leigh picks up, we'll be massing our forces here. If Ghent issues new orders about midnight and the attack comes there, we'll be out of position, even with the doors to help us. It might be touch and go." "Doesn't that mean that Leigh has to find Pekhal?" Callor asked. "Ordinary soldiers usually don't have any idea where they really are. Could Pekhal trick her? I mean, if he keeps thinking over there instead of right here, would that deceive her?" "Pekhal's not that bright," Althalus replied. "Speaking a lie is one thing, but thinking one is quite beyond his capabilities. Gelta might be a bit more convincing, but not by very much. They're primitive, Sergeant, so don't expect anything exotic from them. They're still at the burn, fight, kill level when it comes to strategy, so they won't do anything very complex. We'll find out tomorrow night when Leigh gets here." "We've got some people coming up from the south," Eliar said. "I think it's Salkan and his sheep herders." "They made good time," Chief Albron said. "They aren't really carrying very much equipment, my chief," Callor pointed out. He shaded his eyes with one hand and stared at the approaching shepherds. "Pitiful," he snorted. "What?" Chief Albron looked puzzled. "They can't even march properly. They look like a bunch of schoolboys on holiday. They're wandering all over out there." "They're picking up rocks, Sergeant,"
Althalus explained. "The selection of good rocks is fairly important when you're using a sling."
"A rock's a rock, Althalus."
"Not really. I found a perfect rock once, and I carried it for about 5 years until I found a target worthy of it. It was perfectly round, about the size of a hen's egg, and the weight was exactly right."
"What did you kill with it?" Eliar asked. "A deer, maybe?"
"No, Eliar, I wouldn't waste a rock that good on a deer." Althalus chuckled grimly. "I was in Kagwa when I finally used it. There was a fellow who was chasing me over some picky little thing that wasn't really worth all that much. After a week I got tired of dodging him, so I gave him my pet rock, right between his eyes, and he stopped chasing me." Althalus sighed. "I still miss that rock," he mourned.
"I won't permit it,"
Behaid exploded late the following day in the temple at K1 when Althalus explained his plan.
"I won't even consider letting you put my Leitha into that kind of danger."
"My Leitha?" the blonde girl murmured.
"You know what I mean."
"Yes, I think I do. Things seem to be moving right along, don't they? And maybe we should talk about that after I come back from the trenches."
"You're not going there. I forbid it."
"Forbid?"
Leitha's usually gentle voice turned steely.
"You don't own me, Behaid. My Leitha's one thing. Forbid is quite another."
"I wasn't saying—"
Behaid floundered for a moment. Then he tried another tack.
"I'd really rather you didn't, Leitha," he said in a pleading tone. "I'd go crazy if anything happened to you up there."
"You're already crazy if you think you can order me around." "Stuck your foot in your mouth, didn't you, Brother Behaid?" Undine suggested. "You should really think your way through things before you just blurt out the first notion that pops into your head."
"I'm not going to put her in any danger, Behaid," Althalus assured the young priest. "There's a whole army in those trenches to protect her, and she'll spend most of the time in the house. All we're going to do is drift up and down the corridors and peek through the doors until she locates Pekal and Gelter. Sergeant Kalor has to know where they're planning their main attack so that he can make preparations to meet them, and Leitha's the one who's supposed to listen. As soon as she finds out what we need to know, I'll have Eliar bring her right back here so that you can spend the next few weeks apologizing and trying to pry your foot out of your mouth." He glanced at the west window. "It's almost time for the sun to go down," he observed. "Let's take Leitha to the trenches, Eliar."
"It's perfectly safe, then?" Undine asked.
"Absolutely," Althalus replied.
"If it's really that safe, why don't we all go? Brother Behaid can hover over Leitha, and Gare and I can look over your preparations, and perhaps make a suggestion or two. My suggestions might not be worth very much, but Gare's another story, wouldn't you say?"
"It wouldn't hurt, Althalus," Eliar agreed. "Gare doesn't see the world in the same way the rest of us do, so he might come up with some things that wouldn't occur to anybody else."
"He's got a point, Pat,"
Dwea's voice murmured to Althalus. "I don't care," Althalus said, throwing his hands in the air. "Take us all up to the trenches, Eliar."
"Anything you say, Althalus,"
Eliar replied. Eliar looked around rather cautiously when they joined Albron and Kalor in the trench near the banks of the river Medio.
"Where's Gebel, Sergeant Kalor?" he asked.
"I suggested that he might want to have a look at a stretch of trenches a few miles off to the east," Kalor replied. "I told him that the barricades looked a little weak along there. I know where he is, so we can step around him. Gebel's a good man, but he's too stodgy to understand any of this."
He looked with a certain disapproval at the others trailing along behind Eliar.
"This isn't exactly the time or place for a sightseeing tour, Althalus," he said.
"It wasn't really my idea, Sergeant."
"Try to keep them out from underfoot."
Then Kalor looked at Leitha, who was still garbed as a soothsayer.
"You might want to keep your hood up," he suggested. "Princess Undine looks like a page boy, so she won't attract too much attention. But Gebel's troops might get excited if they catch a glimpse of you."
"Whatever you think best, Sergeant," she replied. "And just what is it that you want me to discover?"
All I really need to know is exactly where Pekal and Gelter have massed their troops. That's probably where their main attack's going to be.
If they've got doors the same as ours, they could hit us from someplace else, my sergeant, Eliar cautioned.
I know. You'll have to stay on your toes tomorrow, Eliar. Keep the hinges on the door to someplace else, well-oiled, because you might have to move Gebel's men in a hurry. We'll start out by putting the bulk of them in the trenches opposite from where the enemy forces are massed. If Pekal and Gelter jump to someplace else, we'll have to respond.
What I'm supposed to look for is a large number of soldiers, then?
Leigh asked.
20 or 30,000, anyway, Calor replied.
That shouldn't be too hard. That many people are certain to make a lot of noise.
Leigh frowned slightly.
Just to be safe, let's start out in 1 mile jumps, Eliar. I haven't practiced much at long-range listening. If I can reach out farther, we can start taking longer jumps. I just thought of something,
Gare said. Have we left something out? Calor asked him.
Well, maybe.
Gare looked at Eliar.
You can put one of your doors any place you want it, can't you?
To within a half-inch, Gare. Why?
Gare reached out and laid his hand on the ground just above the front of the trench.
How about right here?
He asked.
Good God! Chief Albron exclaimed. We never thought of that, did we, Sergeant? They could just step over all our barricades and trip lines and be in our trenches before we even knew they were coming.
Maybe not, my chief,
Eliar said. He put his hand on the hilt of the knife, and his eyes narrowed.
I think I know of a way to keep that from happening, but I'll need to talk with Emmy about it.
Don't mumble, Eliar, Calor barked. Spit it out.
It's all going to depend on just how close our doors are to the ones in Nagarash, Sergeant, Eliar said. If they come together exactly, all I'd have to do is open our door when they open theirs. Oh, that's just fine, Eliar, Undine said sarcastically. Then, instead of invading Wekti, they invade the house. I can take care of that, Undine, he said. They won't know where they really are, any more than Captain Dragon knows where he is. They'll ride through their door over in Nagarash, pass through my door into the house, and then ride through another one of my doors that opens back down at the bottom of the hill. If I can get those 3 doors close enough together, I can probably keep them charging up that hill for the rest of the summer.
Then he chuckled.
What's so funny, Eliar? Calor demanded.
I don't think they'll even see that door, Sergeant, and if I jiggle it just right, any arrows they shoot at our people will come out down there at the bottom of the hill, so they'll be shooting at their own reserves in the back every time one of them bends his bow. What a neat idea, Gare said enthusiastically. Then our people wouldn't have to do anything at all, except stand here and watch while the bad people kill each other off.
I think we're straying, Calor said. Let's stick to the business at hand, shall we? Are you hearing anything over on the other side yet, Leigh?
You did know that there are several hundred Ansus about a quarter of a mile upriver, didn't you, Sergeant?
She replied.
Calor nodded. I've had people watching them, he said. They're building rafts. Just before dawn tomorrow, they'll probably come floating downriver. They won't get past us, though. Gebel's made some preparations for a greeting.
There are also some mounted men ranging along through those hills over on the Ansu side.
Mounted patrols, Calor dismissed them. They aren't important.
Let's go a mile to the east, Eliar,
Leigh said then. The transition was so brief that Althalus received only a fleeting impression of the house, and they were in the trench again. Leigh frowned, concentrating.
I'm touching the same people, she said. Let's try 5 miles, Eliar.
Right, he said, and then led them through a door that evidently only he could see.
I'm still getting the same ones, Leigh fretted. They're fainter, but they're still the same men. Let's go to 10 miles, Eliar. I seem to be able to reach much farther than I'd thought.
Are you sure you aren't missing anybody? Calor asked her.
"I'd hear them if they were anywhere near us, Sergeant," she assured him.
They covered perhaps 70 miles in fairly short order, and later encountered nothing more significant than a few more mounted patrols. It was about midnight when she stopped and said, "Here," in a triumphant voice. Then she frowned again. "No," she said. "I don't think that's the main body you were talking about, Sergeant. There are 300 or 400 of them, and they seem to be having some kind of party."
"An old Ansu custom," Callow told her. "I don't believe any Ansu army in the history of the world has ever mounted a charge stone-cold sober. They're usually roaring drunk when they attack." "If it's only 400 or so, this obviously is going to be one of the diversions you mentioned, Callow," Chief Albron suggested. "Probably so," Callow agreed. "Let's move on."
"Wait,"
Lather said sharply.
"What?"
Althalus asked her.
"I just touched Pekal," she hissed, "and Gelta as well."
"Where?"
Callow demanded.
"I can't be sure. In just a moment."
She raised her face and looked up at the stars.
"I don't think they'd be there, Lather,"
Undine said.
"Hush," she said absently. "I'm trying to step over all that drunken babble just to the front."
She frowned, concentrating intensely. Then she smiled.
"Oh, that's clever,"
she said almost admiringly. "What are they up to?" Althalus asked her.
"There is a huge cave, acres and acres, about a half-mile back in those hills," she replied, "and there are thousands of men and horses in that cave. I'm catching the sense that their main attack will come from right here, but not until well after sunrise. The ones who are drinking themselves into a stupor closer to these trenches don't even know about the force in that cave. They think that they're only going to be one of the diversionary attacks you mentioned, Sergeant Callor. I'd guess that Coman's behind this."
"Who's Coman?" Chief Albron asked her.
"He's one of Gent's associates, and he shares this gift of mine. It has to be somebody who knows how the gift works. He put a lot of noise and drunken singing between me and that main force, and the rocks enclosing the cave are muffling the sounds of all those men and horses inside. I might have missed that force entirely if Coman and that unfrocked priest Argan hadn't come out of the cave for a bit of private conversation. They've got some opinions about Pekka and Gelta that aren't very flattering, and I get the impression that they rather frequently go off to some place private to give vent to their feelings. But that's beside the point. This is definitely the place, Sergeant. There'll be a diversionary attack by those rowdies across the way at first light. They'll mill around just out of bowshot, making noise and waving torches, and eventually ride off. Then there'll be other diversions in other places after that. Then, an hour or so after sunrise, the ones hiding in the cave will—" She broke off suddenly. "Wait,"
she hissed.
"Something isn't right."
She suddenly gave a startled gasp.
"Look out!" she shouted. "They're using their doors!"
Althalus looked around wildly and saw a momentary flicker at the back of the trench. Then Knom was there, swinging a door wide open. Behind Gehen's little henchman, Althalus caught a brief glimpse of a city made of fire, but then Gelta shouldered Knom out of her way and rushed into the trench, brandishing her archaic stone axe.
"Eliar!"
Althalus shouted.
"Behind you!"
But Gelta's crude weapon was already descending toward the back of the young Aram's head. Eliar half-turned in response to Althalus' shouted warning, and Gelta's axe struck the back of his head with a glancing blow. He pitched forward to fall face down into the dirt at the bottom of the trench. Gelta shrieked triumphantly, even as Knom rushed forward to drag her back to that hideous portal. Even as the two of them passed through the open doorway, the voice of Gehen echoed into the trench from the fiery vaults of Nagarash.
"And that puts you out of business, doesn't it, Althalus?"
Gehen chortled. And then the portal at the back of the trench vanished, leaving behind only the mocking echo of Gehen's laughter. Chapter 25.
"No!"
Undine shrieked. She rushed to her fallen lover, fell to her knees beside his limp body, and clasped him to her, weeping uncontrollably.
"Get her away from him, Althalus,"
Dwea's voice crackled inside his mind.
"She'll only make it worse."
"He's still alive?" Althalus demanded silently.
Of course he is. Move, Althalus.
Althalus firmly pulled the hysterical young woman away from Eliar. "Stop it, Undine," he told her, forcing himself to speak calmly. "He's not dead, but he's badly hurt, so don't shake him around like that."
"Move aside, Althalus," Dwyer told him. "I have to talk with Leigh, sir."
He felt her push him out of the way. "Leigh, she said, "it's me. I want you to do exactly as I tell you."
"It was all a trick," Leigh wailed. "I should have known it was too easy."
"We don't have time for that now. I need to know how badly Eliar's been hurt."
"I've failed, Dwyer," Leigh sobbed. "Everything connected with that cave was nothing more than a trap, and I fell right into it."
"Stop that," Dwyer said sharply. "You'll have to go inside Eliar's physical brain. I have to know exactly what's happening in there." Leith's eyes grew distant.
"There's nothing, Dwyer," she reported in a helpless voice. "His mind's totally blank."
"I said brain, Leitha, not mind. Go in deeper, get past thoughts, and go all the way in. Here, like this." A number of incomprehensible images flickered in Althalus' mind.
"Is that possible?"
Leitha asked in astonishment.
"Do it. Don't stand there arguing with me. I must know how badly he's been injured."
Leitha's pale face twisted with the intensity of her effort.
"Not that way,"
Althalus heard his voice say. More images flashed through his awareness.
"Oh," Leitha said, "now I see. I've never done that before."
Her face relaxed and her eyes grew distant.
"Blood," she reported. "It's very dark, but he's bleeding at the back of his brain."
"How much? Is it spurting?"
"Not exactly, but it's not just oozing."
"I was afraid of that. We'll need to move him. Sergeant Callor, let's get him out of this ditch and into some place that's warm and well lighted."
"You're not Althalus anymore, are you?"
Callor said, staring at his friend's face.
"It's me, Callor. I have to go through Althalus. I don't have time to come there myself. Get some men to carry Eliar. Order them not to jostle him around."
"Can you cure him, ma'am? That ugly hag really slammed his head a good one."
"It wasn't quite good enough. He turned his head just as she hit him. We have to move fast, though. Let's get him to some place where we can work on him."
"Devil's got a tent on that hill behind the trench, Sergeant," Albron suggested. "He used it as a command post while his men were digging this stretch of trenches." "It'll have to do, I guess," Callor said. "There's no place else nearby. I'll round up some men."
"There are quite a few things going on here that I don't quite understand," Chief Albron said, looking quizzically at Althalus.
"Dwyer speaking to us through Althalus, Chief Albron," Behade explained. "She's in the house, and we are here. There are probably other ways she could do this, but it's quicker and much less disturbing for the men around us if she does it this way. A thundering voice coming from nowhere might attract a lot of attention. She's been talking to us through Althalus ever since we first came to know them."
"She can cure Eliar, can't she?" Albron asked with a worried frown. "Without those doors of his, we don't have much of a chance here." Then he looked sharply at Althalus. "That's what this was all about from the beginning, wasn't it? All that business with the drunken Ansus across the valley and the cave filled with men and horses was just a trick to lure us to this part of the trenches so that they could kill Eliar. Without Eliar and the doors, we can't possibly defend ourselves." "That'll change just as soon as we get Eliar back on his feet," Althalus assured him. "What if we can't?" "Please don't start with the what-ifs, Chief Albron," Althalus said wearily. "We've got enough to worry about without all those what-ifs muddying the waters." Gebhel's command post was a large tent with several cots, a crude stove, and a table littered with maps and diagrams. The half-dozen Arams whom Sergeant Callor had commandeered carried Eliar inside on a hastily improvised litter, and gently laid him face down on one of the cots. "Come in here, Leitha," Althalus heard Dwyer silently murmur to the pale blonde girl. "You and Althalus are going to have to work together when we do this. Eliar's brain's bleeding, and there isn't any way for it to drain. It might have been better if Gelter had hit him squarely with that axe. If she'd opened his skull, the blood could run out. But the way it is right now, the blood has no place to go, so it's building up pressure. If that goes on for too long, the pressure will crush his brain, and he'll die."
"Are you saying that we have to pull off the back of his head, Em?" Althalus asked incredulously.
Don't be ridiculous, Althalus. All we really need to relieve that pressure is one or two small holes in the back of his skull. As soon as Leigh pinpoints the exact location of the bleeding, you will use a word from the book to open those holes.
"That's all there is to it?" Althalus asked. "It sounds awfully mechanical to me, sort of like installing a drain pipe."
That comes fairly close, yes.
"And that'll cure him? That's all it'll take?"
Not entirely, but it's the first thing we have to do. We'll get to the rest of it after we've relieved the pressure. Let's move right along. Every minute counts right now. The first thing we need is more light. Use Leigh, Althalus. We want the tent roof to glow in the same way the dome in the tower does.
"All right. Do we need anything else?"
Have someone fetch one of those wetty shepherds. We need certain plants to make a poultice, and some others to brew up a medicine. The shepherds are more familiar with the local vegetation than the Arams are.
"Geher," Althalus said aloud, "go find that red-headed sheep-herder, Salkan, and bring him here. Hurry."
"Right away,"
Geher said, bolting from the tent. "We'll have to shave the back of Eliar's head before we start,"
Dwyer said then. "Is your razor good and sharp, Behaid?" Althalus asked. "Of course it is, Althalus." "Good. Dwyer wants you to shave the back of Eliar's head."
"Althalus,"
Undine protested. "Put her to sleep, Althalus," Dwyer said abruptly. "Use Leb. She's just going to be in the way, and she doesn't need to watch anyway."
"Right," Althalus agreed silently. Then he spoke aloud. "Undine?"
"Yes?"
"Leb, Undine, Leb." Her eyes went vacant, and she slumped senselessly into his arms. He carried her to the other side of the tent and gently laid her on one of the vacant cots.
"How are we going to go about this, Dwyer?"
Leigh asked. "As soon as Behaid finishes shaving the back of Eliar's head, you'll locate the exact places where the brain's bleeding. Then you'll put your finger on his head to show Althalus precisely where they are. Then Althalus will very gently grind small holes through Eliar's skull bone with the word Beher. That'll let the blood out and relieve the pressure."
"Has anybody ever done anything like this before, Dwyer?"
Leigh asked dubiously. "Not very often, no," Dwyer admitted. "Most people who claim to be healers are frauds, or worse, and they have a very limited understanding of how the body really works. Now and then, though, a few very gifted healers came along and recognized the problem. Unfortunately, they didn't have the right kind of tools, and they didn't understand the danger of infection, so they didn't bother to clean the tools before they started drilling holes in people's heads. Althalus isn't going to use a hammer and chisel or a flintstone knife. He's going to drill with a word from the book, and the poultice we'll make should ward off any infection."
"I've caught a few shoulds and maybes in there, Em," Althalus noted. "If I wanted to put a wager on this, how good would the chances be?"
"About half and half, maybe just a little better. We don't really have a choice, though, do we?"
"No, I guess we don't, at that." Geher led the fiery-haired Salkan into the tent.
"I finally found him," the boy said. "How's Eliar?"
"He's been better," Behaid said, wiping his razor on a crumpled rag.
"Why are you cutting off his hair?"
"Althalus needs to get to skin, and the hair's in the way."
"When Eliar wakes up, he's going to come after you with a club," Geher said. "He's going to look really silly without his hair."
"We have to make a poultice, Salkan," Dwyer told the young Wekti, speaking through Althalus. "So we'll need certain leaves and roots. Eliar's been badly injured, and we don't want any infections setting in." "I've got a fair idea of the things you'll need, Master Althalus," Salkan replied. "I've cured quite a few injured sheep. Your voice sounds a little strange, though. Are you all right?" "Something just happened that wasn't supposed to happen," Dwyer replied. "It made me a little tense. Which plants do you normally use to make a poultice?" Salkan rattled off some names that Althalus didn't recognize. "That should come fairly close," Dwyer approved. "See if you can find a green berry tree, though, and bring me some of those berries as well." "Those berries are poisonous, Master Althalus," the boy warned. "We'll cook the poison out,"
Leigh assured him, and the other ingredients will counter what's left. A green berry poultice prevents infection, and it stops bleeding. Now then, there are a few other things I'll need, for a medicine we'll be spooning into Eliar's mouth. She identified several other plants for the young shepherd. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Salkin asked dubiously. "Trust me. Go with him, Geher, and take a basket. Bring back the berries as quickly as you can. They have to cook longer than some of the other ingredients do." "Anything you say, Emmy," Geher agreed. Then he and Salkin left the tent. "Get a fire going in that stove, Althalus," Dwyer instructed, "and put some pots of water on to boil. As soon as the water starts to bubble, use gel to cleanse it." "I thought gel meant to freeze something." "Well, sort of." "You're asking me to freeze boiling water? That doesn't make any sense, Em." "It will work, love. Trust me. It's a form of purification. We'll do that several times while we're making the poultice, and the medicine Eliar's going to be taking after you drill the holes in his head, and you're going to have to wash your hands in some of that medicine as well. Everything that touches Eliar has to be absolutely clean." "I don't understand entirely, Em." "Clean is good, dirty is bad. Was there any part of that you didn't understand?" "Be nice," he murmured. "This isn't permanent, is it, Em?" Althalus asked, looking at his hands after he'd washed them in the peculiar syrup they'd concocted from several different ingredients. "I might have a little trouble explaining how I came to have green hands." "It'll wear off in time. Now swab the back of Eliar's head with it, and let's get started. Listen very carefully, Althalus. We are not going to bash our way into Eliar's head, so speak the word behair very softly each time. All you want to do the first time is just go through the skin. Then you'll come to a very thin layer of flesh. Say behair again, and you'll remove the flesh. Dab away the blood with that linen cloth, and swab the wound with more of the green syrup before you start drilling into the bone. Keep fleshing out the hole you're drilling to clear away the bone fragments." "We've been through this several times already, Em." "Once more won't hurt. Let's make sure you know what you're doing before you start. I want you to stop immediately when you break through the skull bone. There's a tough membrane between the skull bone and the brain itself. Flush the wound out thoroughly, and then swab it again. Only then do you go through the membrane. Do you have any questions at all?" "I think we've covered just about everything, Em." "All right. Start drilling." The bright red spurt of Eliar's blood struck Althalus squarely in the face. "His heart's strong," Dwyer observed clinically as Althalus wiped the blood off his face. "How can you tell?" Leigh asked, her silent voice echoing in the mind of Althalus. "Every time his heart beats, his head squirts like a fountain." "You ladies are being awfully cold-blooded about this," Althalus accused. "This is Eliar there, you know. We're not just talking about some leaky bucket here." "Don't be sentimental, Althalus," Dwyer told him. "Pack that wound with the poultice, and then drill another hole on the left side." "How many do you think we'll need?" "That depends on what Leigh finds after we've finished with these two. The poultice should stop the bleeding in these, and then she should be able to discover any other trouble spots." "How exactly does the poultice stop the bleeding, Dwyer?" Leigh asked curiously. "It's an astringent, dear. It constricts the blood vessels. It's something on the order of the way sour fruit makes your mouth pucker up. That's why we needed the green berries. They aren't really all that poisonous, but they're so sour that people believe that they almost have to be deadly." "Get back to work, Althalus. You aren't being paid to just stand around." "Paid? I'm not getting paid, Em." "We'll talk about that some other time. Drill, Althalus, drill." "What have you done?" Undine demanded, staring at the bandages wrapped around Eliar's head. "You don't really want to know, dear," Leigh told her. "It was moderately revolting." I mean, what did you do to me?
Althalus put you to sleep, Undine, Behaid told her. You were very upset, and Dwyer wanted to calm you down.
How much do you love Eliar, Undine? Dwyer demanded, using the Althalus voice again.
I'd die for him.
That wouldn't be very useful just now, dear. I want you to administer a medicine to him. It's a bit on the order of the way you've been feeding him lately. You and Behaid are going to have to take care of that, because Althalus and Leigh have to help Calor and Albron hold off the Ansus until Eliar's back on his feet.
Just tell me what to do, Dwyer,
Undine replied. You see that bowl on the table and that glass tube?
Is that some sort of brown syrup in the bowl?
It's not exactly syrup, dear. It's a medicine. Eliar has to receive regular doses of it.
3 times a day, or something like that?
No, it's a little more precise than that. Eliar needs very small doses at regular intervals. That's what the glass tube's for. There's a line around the tube to show you just how much to give him. You take the tube, dip it into the medicine as far as that line, and then you put your finger over the upper end of the tube. Then put the tube in Eliar's mouth and lift your finger. That lets the medicine drain into his mouth. Try it once so that you'll know how to do it. Undine went to the table, took up the tube, and dipped it into the syrupy liquid. Then she stoppered the end of the tube with her finger.
Like that?
She asked. Exactly. Undine put the tube into Eliar's mouth and lifted her finger.
Oh, that's easy,
she said confidently.
How often do I do that?
Once every 100 heartbeats.
Mine?
No, Undine, you aren't the one who's sick. That's where Brother Behaid comes in. He'll sit by the other side of the bed with his hand over Eliar's heart so that he can count the beats. Every time he reaches 100, he'll tell you to dose Eliar again.
Why not just give him bigger doses, 3 or 4 times a day? Behaid asked.
The medicine's particularly strong, so an overdose wouldn't be good for him. That's why we need to dose him gradually.
What exactly does this medicine do?
It counteracts the effects of the green berry poultice that Althalus used to stop the bleeding. The brain needs blood, Brother Behaid, so we don't dare shut off the flow so completely. We're walking a very fine line between too much blood and not enough. It's very much like tuning a lute.
How long do we continue this?
Undine asked. Probably 10 hours, 20 at most. Pay very close attention, both of you. Those regular doses are absolutely critical. Without them, Eliar might sink deeper into total unconsciousness, and he could stay that way permanently.
If what you say is true, this might not be the place where the main attack's going to hit the trenches, Sergeant Calor said to Althalus with a worried look on his face. If all that noise in the cave was some exotic trick to get Eliar to this particular spot so that they could kill him, they might mount their main assault someplace else.
That could be just a little subtle for Pekal and Gelter, Sergeant, Althalus disagreed. Are they still in the cave, Leigh? He asked the pale girl.
Yes, she replied. I'm not getting anything coherent, but there seems to be about the same number of people in the cave.
It's only a couple of hours until dawn, Calor mused. They'd be moving by now if they were planning to hit us from anywhere else. Is there any chance at all that Eliar might be back on his feet by then?
I wouldn't count on it, Sergeant, Althalus told him.
Well, we've fought wars without him before, Calor said with a slight shrug. Gebel's barricades and those wepty sheep herders can hold off assaults anywhere along the trench line until we can bring in reinforcements. If it's the best we can manage, it'll have to do.
Emmy, Althalus sent out a searching thought as he and Leigh moved along the back of the trench line.
Please don't shout, Althalus,
she scolded. Sorry. Can you see what's happening in the tent?
Of course I can.
How's Eliar doing?
The surface bleeding stopped. He's still oozing a little in a few places, but it's pretty much under control.
Is the rest of his brain getting enough blood?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Good. It'll still be quite a while before he completely recovers, so won't it?
Obviously. Why do you ask?
The notion of having Calor run this battle from your window fell apart on us when Gelta bashed Eliar on the head, so we're going to have to improvise a bit. Calor's been telling Gebhel that he's got scouts out front keeping an eye on the Ansus. That wasn't really true, since Calor was going to do his own scouting from your window. That isn't possible now, so we'll have to rearrange things a bit. Calor can't get to your window, but you can. I think that means that you're going to have to do the scouting for us. Then you pass what you've seen to me, I'll hand it off to Calor, and he can use runners to keep Gebhel advised. Won't that more or less give us the same results as what we'd originally planned?
Probably so, yes. Use a few of those Wekti shepherds for runners. A shepherd needs to be fast on his feet. I think Salkan might be a good choice.
That won't make him very happy, Em. That young hothead really wants to unlimber his sling at the Ansus, and in spite of all the pious instructions Yerdon gave him, I'm fairly certain that Salkan has no plans to start wasting perfectly good rocks on horses. I'm sure that he plans to miss fairly often and kill the Ansus instead of their mounts.
That's another reason to get him out of the trenches, Pet. Let's not upset Exarch Yerdon any more than we have to. Let's get the runner business all set up and ready to go. Don't dawdle, Elsie. Dawn's just over the eastern horizon, so things are likely to start getting noisy before much longer.
7,777, 7,778, Leigh murmured.
Divided by 16 1/4, she added almost absently.
What's that fellow in the hood doing, Calor? Sergeant Gebel demanded. He's one of my engineers, Calor lied with a slight shrug. He's working on a trajectory for the catapults. I've never been able to understand those people, Gebel admitted. They do all their talking in numbers. Sometimes I think they even tell jokes in numbers. I don't have much time, Gebel, Calor told him. My scouts have given us the locations of all the places where the Ansus are massing. This place is fairly central, so you might want to set up your command post here. Gebel glanced off to the east, where the sky was beginning to grow lighter, and then at the flaring torches across the valley. Well, this obviously won't be the place where their main attack's going to hit my lines, he said. Nobody waves torches around like that in a place he wants to keep secret. Don't lock your head in stone on that, Gebel, Calor cautioned. That might be what they want you to believe. That's true, Gebel conceded. I've done that myself a time or two. Just stay flexible, Calor cautioned. He turned and pointed toward a hill behind the trenches. I'm going to set up back there. I've still got scouts out to the front, and we've worked out a set of signals so they can let me know what's going on. I'll have one of those Wekti sheepherders bring you any information we pick up. How's young Eliar doing? He's still dead to the world. That ugly sow really bashed him a good one. We got a couple of field surgeons working on him, but it's a little early to tell if he'll fully recover. All we can do is hope, I guess, Gebel said, looking off to the east. It's coming on toward daylight, Calor, so we'd all better get to our posts, even though this won't be much of a war. I've fought some stupid people in my time, but these Ansus are pretty much the pick of the litter when it comes to stupidity. They're cavalry, Gebel, Calor snorted. Their horses do most of their thinking for them. He glanced at the eastern sky. It's getting lighter, so I'd better get back up the hill. The young fellow I'll be using as a runner has bright red hair, so you'll know him when you see him. Gebel nodded. Get out from underfoot, Calor, he said gruffly. I've got work to do. Eliar seems to be stirring a bit, Chief Aldron advised Calor, Althalus, and Leigh when they reached the tent. And his breathing's stronger. We've got to get that boy back on his feet, Calor said. I've got a huge army piled up in the corridors of the house, but I can't use a single man until Eliar recovers enough to open the doors for them. I think Gebel's good enough to hold off the Ansus for quite a long time, Calor, Albron replied.
Althalus,
Dwea's voice murmured.
Take Leitha back into the tent. I need to have a quick look inside Eliar's head."
"All right, Em," he replied silently. Then he spoke aloud. "Let's look in on our boy, Leitha," he suggested.
"All right,"
she agreed.
"Dwyer needs to talk with you,"
he murmured as they entered the tent.
"Yes, I heard her." "Move aside, Althalus,"
Dwyer's voice told him. He sighed. "Yes, dear."
"Now,"
Behaid was saying wearily to Undine. The tiny Arya carefully inserted the glass tube into the young Aram's mouth.
"Reach into his head again, Leitha,"
Dwyer instructed.
"Tell me what you can see."
Leitha nodded, and Althalus felt a peculiar sense of reaching out and heard a kind of murmuring. "What's that sound?" he asked.
"Don't interrupt, Althalus," Dwyer's voice told him. "She's busy right now."
"The bleeding seems to have stopped," Leitha reported. "No, wait." She frowned slightly, and Althalus could feel her reaching out.
"There's still one place that's seeping just a bit. It's not very big, and it's deep inside." "Is his mind awake at all?" Dwyer asked. "Well, sort of," Leitha replied. "It's a bit disconnected. I think he's dreaming." "He's starting to come around, then," Dwyer said thoughtfully. "Brother Behaid," she said then, "it's time to change the procedure. Go to 200 heartbeats between doses." "Is he getting better?" Undine said hopefully.
"The bleeding's almost completely stopped, dear," Leitha reported.
"Will he wake up soon?"
"Not for some time, Undine," Dwyer replied. "He's dreaming now, and that's only the first step. Keep on giving him those regular doses until he starts to stir. Then space them out even more, once every 400 heartbeats. When he wakes up and starts talking, stop dosing him and call Leitha. Then I'll come back here and have another look at him."
"Wouldn't it be better if you stayed here, Dwyer?"
Behaid asked.
"Possibly so, but we've got this little war on our hands too, Brother Behaid. I need to attend to that as well as to Eliar."
Calor and Albrun were looking out across the valley where the drunken Ansus were saddling their horses in the steely first light of dawn.
"How's Eliar?"
Albrun asked.
"I think he's out of the woods," Althalus replied, "but he could be better."
"I don't want to criticize Althalus," Calor said, "but why did you insist that I use Salkin for my runner? He's a nice boy, I suppose, but he can barely tell the difference between a sword and a spear."
"We don't want a trained soldier carrying our messages to Gebhel," Althalus explained. "Command's out there listening, and Salkin's got to be carrying 2 messages every time he runs down to Gebhel's trench. He'll have one message for Gebhel and a different one for Coman. Practice putting on a long face, gentlemen. Dwyer's almost certain that Eliar's going to recover, but I'm going to tell Salkan that there's no hope for him. We don't want Gehen to find out that Eliar's not dying. If he's aware of that, he'll throw everything he's got at the trenches to try and finish up before Eliar's back on his feet again. If he's positive that Eliar's dying, he'll take his time and try to hold down his losses. Eliar needs that time to regain his senses, and Salkan's false messages are going to buy us that time."
"Didn't that medicine work?" Salkan asked.
"I'm afraid not, Salkan," Althalus replied somberly. "Eliar's taken a turn for the worse, and I don't think he's going to make it. Sergeant Calor here needs somebody to take Eliar's place as a runner."
"That's one more reason to kill all those Ansus, isn't it?" the young redhead said fiercely. "I liked Eliar. He was my friend, and those people killed him."
"People get killed in wars, Salkin," Sergeant Calor said gruffly. "It happens."
"What do you want me to do, General Calor?" Salkin asked, his boyish face hardening.
Althalus drew Leitha off to one side. "Well?" he asked.
"He's an enthusiast," she replied. "He doesn't really understand what's going on, but he'll do anything we tell him to do. He's terribly excited about this war, and very angry about what happened to Eliar."
"Good. Is he clever enough to notice that certain things don't quite match?"
I don't think so. He's very excitable, and he is in absolute awe of Sergeant Calor. He'll do anything Calor tells him to do, and he's so worked up right now that his thoughts aren't really coherent. I don't think Coman is going to get very much from him, except for the story you just made up about Eliar's condition.
He's earning his pay, then. Are you actually paying him? I might, if it starts to look as if we'll need him in the next war.
Chapter 26. It was slowly growing lighter in Sergeant Gebel's trenches and along the opposite ridgeline, but the valley between was in deep shadows. The drunken Ansus on the far slope were building up their bonfires and waving their torches. Their war cries began to echo from the nearby hills.
"Subtlety doesn't seem to be part of the Ansu nature," Chief Aldron observed. "Only an idiot would believe that those howling fools over there are the main force."
"Actually, it's not bad, my chief," Calor disagreed. "They're overdoing it a bit, but they're fairly drunk. This is the place where the main assault's going to hit Gebel's trenches, and the play-acting's supposed to make us believe that nothing serious will happen here. Our main problem is that Gebel's probably being taken in by the fakery, and I can't tell him about those people in the cave with Coman out there listening to every message I send down to the trenches. At the first hint that we know about the hidden army over there, the enemy generals will change their plans and hit us from someplace else." "Gebel's been around for quite a while, Sergeant Calor," Althalus told the kilted Aram. "I'm sure he's shrewd enough not to be taken in by the nonsense across the valley."
"I'd still be a lot happier if he had more men in this stretch of his trenches," Calor said bleakly. "But I don't dare send him any messages that can't be explained."
Gehör tugged at Althalus' sleeve.
"Ask Emmy if she could make some fog near that cave," she said.
"I suppose I could, Gehör," Dwyer replied through Althalus. "But why?"
"I'm not sure if this would work," the boy said, "but sometimes fog looks a lot like smoke, doesn't it?"
"Not too much, no. Where are you going with this, Gehör?"
"Well, I was sort of thinking that we don't really have any snoopers over there near the cave, and Coman can't hear us talking because Leig's busy counting bits and pieces of numbers, and that makes him wild. That sort of means that the only thing he can hear is what Salkin's telling Mr. Gebel. If we wanted to, we could pretend like we had one of our snoopers over there, and—"
"'Ten like?" Althalus asked in a puzzled tone.
"I think he means pretend like, Althalus," Dwyer murmured. "Gare tends to mash things together when he gets excited."
"Oh, go ahead, Gare, but don't jump over too many things."
"All right. It goes sort of like this. Emmy puts fog around the front of the cave, see? And Mr. Callow hears from his ten-like snooper that smoke's coming out of the cave, and he right away sends Salkin zipping down to the ditch to tell Mr. Gebel that there's somebody in the cave, but he can't really say how many. Gehend would take a quick look and see the fog, and he'd think that our ten-like snooper wasn't smart enough to be able to tell the difference between fog and smoke. So he just thinks that Mr. Callard made a mistake. Mr. Gebel's not the kind who takes chances, though, so he'd bring in extra men because there might just be an army in the cave. Gehend might swear a lot because we'd made a mistake, but he wouldn't know that we know for certain sure, so he wouldn't have any reason to change his plans, will he?"
Sergeant Calor squinted off at the eastern sky, scratching thoughtfully at his cheek.
"This boy's a treasure, Althalus," he said finally. "Stupid blunders like the one he just described happen all the time in wars, so there's nothing remarkable about it. I'll keep Gebel right where he is, and Common won't be able to find anything the least bit unusual about why Gebel's staying put. Gehend loses the element of surprise, and things settle down to a protracted siege of Gebel's trenches. That should give Eliar all the time he'll need to recover, and once he's back on his feet, we can go back to the old plan."
"Then I done good?"
Gehör asked eagerly.
"You did just fine, boy," Calor said, grinning. "Go find Salkin and we'll get started."
The steel-grey light of dawn began to seep into the valley below Sergeant Gebel's trenches, and the drunken Ansus on the opposite slope lurched toward their horses in preparation for their mock assault. There was a great deal of laughing involved for some reason.
"They're behaving as if this is some kind of joke," Chief Albron observed critically. "In a peculiar sort of way, it is, my chief," Calor told him. "We aren't supposed to take this mock assault very seriously, at least that's the way it started out. I don't think Gen's laughing right now, though. I'd imagine that Gare's foggy smoke took a great deal of the fun out of his morning."
The Ansus clambered into their saddles and came galloping down the slope towards Sergeant Gebel's outer fortifications, mixing laughter with their war cries.
"Is Gebel going to just ignore this mock attack?" Chief Albron asked. "I doubt it," Calor replied. "The Ansus seem to think this is funny, but Gebel doesn't have too much in the way of a sense of humour. I'm sure he's got a greeting for them."
As the Ansus reached the foot of the slope, Gebel's catapults lofted baskets full of 10-pound rocks high into the air over the laughing attackers.
"I bet that hurts like crazy,"
Geher observed as the rocks began to rain down on the Ansus.
"I'm sure it does," Althalus agreed.
"They're getting ready,"
Leigh announced as the sun began to peep over the eastern horizon.
"They'll be coming out of that cave in just a few minutes."
"That's stupid," Calor exclaimed. "They know they've lost any chance of surprising us. What's Gen thinking of?"
"Gend isn't in the cave, Sergeant,"
Leigh advised him.
"Gelter's the one who's giving the orders."
"That would sort of explain it, Sergeant," Althalus noted. "Gelter's almost as thick-headed as Pekal. Does she have any sort of plan at all, Leigh?"
"Nothing very coherent. She's going to lead her forces to the top of that hill over on the other side. Then she'll wait until they're all lined up out in plain sight. She'll order her trumpeters to give a little concert at that point, and then they'll charge down the hill."
"Typical cavalry behavior," Calor said, shaking his head. "They always seem to want to make grand entrances on a battlefield. They seem to think it intimidates their enemies."
"Does it?" Althalus asked him.
"Not really, no," Calor replied, shrugging. "Geher, go tell Sorkin to run on down to the trench and alert Gebel. Pass the word that the Ansus are getting ready to charge."
"Right away, Master Calor,"
Geher replied.
"There they come,"
Althalus said, pointing across the shallow valley. The Ansu horsemen were cresting the ridgeline on the far side. They paused there, brandishing swords or lances and howling shrill battle cries.
"Typical," Calor said dryly. "What is, Sergeant?" Albron asked. "All that posing over there. I'm not sure what it is about sitting on a horse that makes people want to show off. A good soldier keeps his head down until the fighting starts. Those juveniles over there simply can't bear the idea of not being noticed. A cavalryman inevitably spends more time and effort saying, 'See me,' than he does fighting."
"It makes them easier targets for the archers, though," Althalus added.
"It does that right enough," Calor agreed. "That might explain why only a few cavalrymen live to see their 20th birthdays." Then he laughed. "Ah, well," he said, "if my enemy wants to be stupid, more power to him."
The trumpets sounded across the valley, and the Ansu horsemen began their charge. They thundered down the slope, howling war cries and waving their weapons. Gelter sat astride her black horse on the ridgeline, shouting encouragement and brandishing her axe. The charge down the far slope was quite impressive, as the newly risen sun flashed and glinted from the Ansu's saber blades. Things began to go wrong for the attackers when they reached the bottom of the hill, however. Horses began to tumble and roll across the ground, and not infrequently over the top of their riders.
"What's happening down there?" Albron asked. "I thought the sheep herders weren't going to start throwing rocks until the horses got closer." "Trip lines," Calor explained. "After that false attack at first light, Gebel sent some men down there to drive stakes into the ground and stretch ropes between them. The high grass hides those ropes, so the horses can't see them. If those Ansus had any brains, they'd have burnt that grass before they mounted their charge. Now they'll have to start being a little more careful. That'll slow them down and make them easier targets for the sheep-herders."
The ants who charged had slowed to a walk now, and the war cries were noticeably weaker as Salkan, his red hair aglow in the sunrise, came running back up the hill.
"General Geeple's going to let my boys take the first crack at the Ansus, General Calor," he said proudly. "I passed the word to them to aim at the horses instead of the people. Some of them weren't very happy about that. They don't seem to be thinking like shepherds any more."
"Wars tend to do that to people," Calor replied.
"They didn't all come out of that cave," Leigh told them. "About a third of them are still in there."
"Reserves," Calor explained. "Fresh troops and horses for later on in the battle. Are you picking up any foot soldiers anywhere nearby?"
Leigh raised her face slightly, and her eyes grew distant.
"Nothing yet," she replied after a few moments. "Is something wrong, Sergeant?"
"They aren't doing this right," Calor fretted. "Pekow's not the brightest fellow in the world, but he should know that trying to take a fortified position with nothing but cavalry is a serious blunder. Keep an ear out for foot troops, Leigh. Things are going my way now, and I don't want any surprises."
The ants who charged began to pick up momentum again once the trip lines had been cleared away, and the mounted men veered almost without thinking into Chief Albron's more likely obstacle to avenues. There was no response from the trenches until the onslaught reached the unobtrusive markers Chief Albron had placed along the sides of the slope. Then Salkan's shepherds scrambled up out of the trenches with their slings whirling. At a sharp command from Gebel, the shepherds sent a hail of stones into the very teeth of the charge. The chaos along the front of the charge was immediate, and it spread on down the slope as thrashing horses by the score rolled back down the hillside into the ranks of the following cavalry. The squeals of injured horses and the startled shouts of the cavalrymen replaced the war cries, and the attack faltered. Then the assault collapsed, and the Ansus turned and fled. Gelter, Queen of the Night, was in full voice, and she was clearly audible. She commented at some length on cowardice. She dwelt on ineptitude. She raised questions about the parentage and probable descendants of her Ansus. Her choice of words was very colourful.
"I don't even know what some of those words mean," Chief Albron confessed.
"You're a gentleman, my chief," Calor reminded him. "You're not supposed to know what they mean."
"Will they try again?"
"Oh, yes," Calor replied. "That's the whole point of her oration. I guess that there'll be 2 more attacks before the sun goes down."
"Aren't they going to try to clear away those barricades before they mount another charge?"
"That's what the charges are supposed to do, my chief," Calor told him bluntly. "It costs Gelter the life of a man or an horse to break off every stake or drag away one of your bushes, but I don't think that bothers her very much."
"Why don't they use catapults or grappling hooks to clear the obstructions?"
Calor shrugged. "It probably hasn't occurred to them yet. You rarely see a cavalry army towing catapults behind them. They seem to feel it's a sign of weakness."
"He's right, Chief Albron," Leigh said sadly. "The lives of Gelter's men mean absolutely nothing to her. She even enjoys watching them die."
"That's insane."
"It's even worse than that," Leigh told him. "I'm trying my very best to stay away from some of Gelter's thoughts. The sight of blood, anybody's blood, arouses her in ways I'd rather not talk about."
Driven by the shrieks and curses of the Queen of the Night, the Ansus mounted charge after charge up the stake-studded hillside at a dreadful cost. The bodies of men and horses littered the lower half of the slope. Althalus noted grimly, however, that the senseless-seeming charges were inexorably gnawing away at the defences. "If she keeps this up, she'll be in the trenches by nightfall, Calor," he predicted.
"Not hardly," Calor disagreed. "We didn't hire Gebel to just stand and watch, you know."
By late afternoon, the frenzied charges of the Ansus had eaten away all but the last few rows of the stakes and their intertwined thorn bushes, and then Gelter's trumpets summoned her forces back to the far hillside.
"Have they given up, General Calor?"
Salkan demanded. "No, lad," Calor replied.
They're giving their horses some time to catch their breath, that's all. The barricades are mostly gone now, but it's almost sunset. Gelter's going to mount one more charge, I expect. She's probably convinced that her forces will break through this time.
We have to do something, General.
Gebel's already done it, Sulcan. He's got a fairly nasty surprise waiting for the Ansus when they charge up that hill.
What kind of surprise? Chief Albron demanded.
Watch, my chief, Calor told him. Watch and learn.
The sun was nearing the western horizon when Gelter's trumpet sounded and the Ansus charged. Most of the obstacles had been broken down, and the Ansu charge galloped up the obstructed slope, howling victoriously. Then dozens of stake-studded logs rolled down the hill to greet them.
That's the main reason for digging your trenches along the ridge lines, Chief Albron, Sergeant Calor pointed out. Things don't roll uphill very often. Most of the time they're rolled down. A 20-foot log weighs a ton or more. If you bore holes in the log, pound in stakes, and then sharpen the stakes, it's almost certain to make life very unpleasant for anybody in its path once it starts rolling.
I thought those spiked logs were just a part of the defences of the earthworks, Albron said.
It appears that the Ansus thought so too, my chief. I guess that this is the first time they've ever come up against trained infantry. We have all sorts of surprises for them.
The stake-studded logs rolled and bounded down the hill, crushing and maiming horses and men as they went. The Ansu charge faltered, and then the now terrified horsemen turned their mounts and fled. On the far hill, the Queen of the Night began to scream curses again.
"I don't think she likes you very much, Master Calor,"
Gare said. "Isn't that a shame?" Calor replied, with an evil smirk. "Are you catching any hints at all of Pekau?" Sergeant Calor asked Leigh.
"Nothing at all since early this morning, Sergeant," she replied. "I'm catching a few hints that he's gone off."
"I was afraid of that," Calor said sourly. "Is something wrong, Calor?" Chief Albron asked. "It's my guess that he's gone to fetch some infantry. You saw what happened today. Cavalry's worse than useless in trench warfare. If Pekau's bringing in an army of infantry, tomorrow's likely to be very unpleasant."
"Eliar's starting to wake up, Althalus,"
Dwea's voice murmured.
"Let's go see how he's coming along. Bring Leigh. I might need her."
"All right, Althalus replied. He motioned to Leigh, and the two of them went on inside the glowing tent.
"He's stirring a little bit," Undine reported hopefully. "That means that he's going to be all right, doesn't it?"
"We'll see," Dwea replied.
"Cut the dosage back to once every 400 heartbeats now. Some of those herbs are a little dangerous, so we don't want to give him any more of them than we absolutely have to." "You didn't tell us those herbs were poisonous," Undine accused.
"Almost every medicine is poisonous, Undine, if you take too much of it anyway. We've been dosing him steadily since last night, so I'm sure we're getting very close to the limit. We won't accomplish very much if we heal his brain and stop his heart, now will we?"
"He seems to be right on the verge of waking up, Dwea," Leigh reported. "He can hear us talking, but he doesn't fully grasp what we're saying."
"How long do you think it will be until he's up and about, Althalus silently asked.
"Several days at least, probably as long as a week."
"Emmy," he protested, "we've got to have access to the doors. If Pekau's gathering infantry to assault the trenches, we don't have a week."
"Oh, calm down, Althalus. As soon as Eliar's awake, he can open the door to the house. Once he's here, he'll have all the time he'll need to fully recover. I can tamper with time here in the house, you know."
"I guess I'd forgotten about that," he admitted. "He won't even have to be able to walk, will he? Behaid and I can pick him up and carry him. All he'll really have to be able to do is reach out and take hold of the door handle. Once he's in the house, you can give him whole months to completely recover, and time here won't move so much as a minute while he's getting well."
"He has a mind like a steel trap, doesn't he, Dwea?" Leigh murmured.
"All right," Althalus said irritably.
I was a little excited, that's all. Time's been climbing all over me ever since Gelta bashed Eliar in the head. I guess everything's all right now. I feel a lot better once Emmy gets time off my back. My head hurts, Eliar said weakly, opening his eyes.
He's awake,
Undine squealed, throwing her arms around the injured young man. Stop that, Undine, Dwyer commanded. Don't jostle him.
I'm sorry,
Undine said.
It's just that...
She made a face.
You know what I mean.
What happened? Eliar asked. And where are we? Gnom opened a door at the back of the trench, Eliar, Leigh told him, and Gelta ran out, hit you on the head with her axe, and then ran back again before we could catch her. That sort of explains why I've got this headache, the young Aram said. Geher looked in through the tent door.
I heard Elias talking, he said. He's awake, isn't he?
Keep your voice down, Geher, Althalus hissed. We don't want Salkan to find out that Elias on the mend.
Oh, yes,
Geher said, looking around quickly.
I almost forgot about that.
He came on into the tent. How long have I been dead to the world? Eliar asked.
Almost a full day, Behaid told him. Gelta hit you about midnight yesterday, and you missed the whole day. It's well after sundown now.
Oh, that's why it's so dark. Is there some reason why we aren't lighting any lamps? Have we got enemies sneaking around looking for us? What are you talking about, Eliar?
Undine demanded.
It's not dark in this tent. The whole roof's glowing.
You couldn't prove that by me, Undine, Eliar said. I can't see a thing. He held his hand in front of his face and wiggled his fingers. Nothing, he said. I can't even see my own hand. I think I'm blind.
I was afraid of that,
Dwyer silently told Althalus. I don't understand, Em, he objected. Gelta hit the back of his head, not his face. How could a blow on the back of his head do anything to his eyes?
His eyes are probably perfectly all right, Althalus, but the part of his brain that makes them work is located in exactly the place where Gelta hit him. Evidently that part of his brain isn't working right now.
Will it heal eventually, or is there some way we can repair the damage?
I don't know, Althalus. Eliar's there, and I'm here. If I could just get him back to the house, I might be able to deal with it. But he's the only one who can open the door to the house, and he has to be able to see it to open it.
We are in a lot of trouble, Em. I suppose we could make a litter of some kind and carry Eliar to the house, but it would take us a month or more to get him there, and by then Gen's going to have Wekti in his pocket, and most of Medio as well. After that, he'll march west, and there won't be any way to stop him, particularly since we've got every able-bodied man in Aram locked away in the house.
I'm working on it, Althalus.
Work faster, dear. This isn't too much fun anymore.
Isn't there some way that Dwyer could...
Chief Albron began plaintively. Althalus shook his head. Not without the doors. The knife's the key to the doors, and Eliar's got the knife, but he can't see to use it. I think she had to arrange it that way to keep her brother Daiva out of the house.
We aren't dead yet, Althalus, Sergeant Callowell said. I've sent a courier to Kratel to tell him to get here as soon as he can. I'm sure Gebel can hold out until Krater gets here.
Then Leitha came out of the tent. How's Eliar? Chief Albron asked.
Still the same, she replied. He can't see a thing. I just picked up something you gentlemen should know about. Pekal's back. He's been to Regos, and he's brought an army of foot soldiers here with him.
How close are they? Callow asked her.
They're in that cave right now. Pekal and Gelta are busy making plans for tomorrow.
I'll need to know as much about these plans as you can pick up, Leitha, Callow said bleakly, but I don't think tomorrow's going to be a very pleasant day for us.
Althalus stood in the tent, absently watching Undine feed Eliar. Em, he sent his silent thought inward.
Yes?
Her voice returned immediately.
Isn't there some way I could use the book to fix Eliar's eyes? Maybe if I just told him to see and use the right word, it'd step around the injury and make his eyes work, even if they really don't.
No, Althalus, there might be a remote possibility that you could make him able to see what you're looking at, but that wouldn't solve our problem, because you can't see those doors. There's a link between Eliar and the knife that permits him to see and use the doors. The only way it could possibly solve our immediate problem would be if you could reach into...
She broke off, and there was a long silence. "Have you come up with something, Em?" he asked hopefully.
"Maybe," she replied. "I don't really like the idea, because I'm almost positive that it'll disrupt something that's very important, but we might not have any choice."
"You're being cryptic, Em."
"Don't bother me right now, Althalus. I'm working on something that might get us out of trouble."
Sergeant Calor and Chief Albron were standing just a bit behind Leigh when Althalus came out of the tent, and they were both watching the pale girl intently. "Has she managed to pick anything up yet?" Althalus asked the two Arams quietly.
"Nothing specific," Calor replied. "They're still arguing, I think."
"Do you mind," Leigh said tartly, "if you're going to talk, go do it someplace else."
"Sorry," Calor apologized.
They waited, almost holding their breath.
"Ah," Leigh said. "They finally thrashed it out. Gehend had to step on them a little."
"Is Gehend there?" Althalus asked. She shook her head.
"His voice was for a few moments, but Gehend himself is quite a long ways away."
"What were they arguing about?"
Chief Albron asked.
"They're planning a little surprise for Sergeant Gebhel tomorrow morning, and both Peckel and Gelter wanted to do the surprising. Gehend handed it to Pekka, and Gelter's not very happy about it."
"What kind of surprise?" Calor demanded.
"They're going to hit Gebel's trenches from both sides at first light tomorrow."
"Right and left?" Albron asked.
"No, front and back."
"That's impossible," Calor said.
"Not when Knom's around, it isn't," Leigh disagreed. "He's going to open a door behind Gebel's trenches, and Pecker's going to lead his infantry out to attack from there, but only after Gelter's cavalry has repeated a few of those futile charges up the slope."
"They cleared most of the slope yesterday," Chief Albron said. "Gelter's charges might not be all that futile."
"No, my chief," Calor disagreed. "Gebel's men have been resetting the stakes, restringing the trip lines, and rebuilding those brush barricades since the sun went down. When the sun comes up tomorrow morning, Gelter's going to be looking at exactly the same problems she had yesterday. She's just been reduced to a diversion, I think. She's supposed to get Gebel's undivided attention so that Peckel's infantry attack from the rear will be a complete surprise. Now that we know about it, we can warn Gebel, and he can take steps." He frowned. "It'll stretch him a bit thin, though. He'll have to pull forces out of the rest of the trenches to deal with Pekal. Tomorrow might be very interesting." He looked around.
"Salkin," he called.
"Yes, General Calor?"
the red-head replied in a sleepy voice.
"Roll out of your blankets, boy. I got a message I want you to carry down to the trenches."
"Yes, General,"
Salkin said, yawning.
"We need Leigh, pet," Dwyer murmured. "I think she may be at the key to our current problem, but only if she's willing to cooperate. I can't be sure just how far her gift really goes, but it seems to go quite a bit further than simple eavesdropping. She took the first step when I forced her to separate the concept of thought from Eliar's physical brain to locate his injuries. The next step's likely to be very difficult for her, and she might refuse, or Eliar might. I think you'll have to talk to them, and you might have to talk very fast."
"Just exactly what am I supposed to persuade her to do, Em?"
"Leitha's passive, Althalus. All she does is listen to other people's thoughts. We'll have to push her a bit to make her reach deeper into Eliar's mind, quite a bit deeper than she goes when she's just skimming over the top of someone's thoughts to pick up secrets. And when she does that, Eliar's going to enter her mind as well. That's the point at which she might refuse. Leig's comfortable with the notion of listening to the thoughts of others. She's been doing that all her life. The idea of having somebody hear her thoughts could frighten her.
Why, she should be used to the idea by now.
The idea of it, yes. The reality, no. Their minds will merge, and it'll establish a permanent link between them.
Something on the order of the link between you and me?
Exactly, and that line might alter certain boy-girl arrangements that she wants to stay exactly as they are. We can hope it doesn't come to that, but getting Eliar's sight back outweighs everything else right now.
Chapter 27.
We've got work to do, Althalus told the others in a no-nonsense tone as he entered the tent. Emmy's got some instructions for you, so pay attention. Then Dwyer shouldered him aside.
"Are you getting any glimmers of light at all, Eliar?" she asked.
"Nothing, Emmy," he replied in a hopeless voice. "It's still as black as the bottom of a well. I don't know how a bang on the back of the head shut down my eyes, but I can't see a thing." "The most primitive part of the brain's back there, Eliar. The senses are there, sight, hearing, smell, and so on. A bug can't think, but he can see. The front of your brain thinks, the back of it does the simpler things."
"What can we do?" Undine demanded tearfully. "I don't think I've ever heard of a blind man recovering his sight."
"When there's been an injury to the eyes, there isn't much chance, dear," Dwyer explained. "Eliar's eyes are perfectly all right, though. His brain was bruised when Gelter hit him with that axe, and it was bleeding. We took care of the dangerous bleeding by drilling those holes in the back of his head. It's possible that the bruising that almost killed him is what's interfering with his sight. If it's only bruising, it'll heal itself in time. Once it's healed, he'll be able to see again, and once he can see, he'll be able to use the doors again. Right now, though, he can't, and I have to get him here so that I can have a closer look to determine how serious the injury is." "You aren't telling them everything, are you, Em?" Althalus asked silently.
"Not quite," her voice admitted. "If the damage to that part of his brain's too extensive, he'll probably be permanently blind. Keep that to yourself, Althalus."
Then she pushed him aside and took his voice again. "We must get Eliar here to the house," she told the others. "But he's the only one who can use the doors. That's where Leigh comes in."
"How am I supposed to help him see the door to the house?"
Leigh asked in a puzzled tone. "You'll lend him your eyes, Leigh."
"They don't come out, divinity."
"I know, and he wouldn't be able to use them anyway, any more than he can use his own."
"I don't quite understand, Emmy,"
Eliar said, raising his head slightly from the pillow.
"Don't jiggle,"
Undine commanded, gently pushing his head back down onto the pillow.
"You'll start the bleeding again."
"What exactly is Eliar thinking right now, Leigh?" Dwyer asked.
"Didn't you tell me not to do that?"
Leigh asked. "It's an emergency, dear, so it's all right this time."
"Well,"
Leigh said, her eyes going distant,
"he's very unhappy. He's sure that he'll be blind for the rest of his life, and he wishes that the blow had killed him."
"Well," Eliar objected,
"sort of, I guess. I'm not going to be much good to anybody if I'm blind, am I?" "You stop that right now,"
Undine flared, throwing her arms about him and breaking into tears. "Calm down, Undine," Dwyer told the tiny Arya. "You are just confusing matters. Did you feel anything at all when Leigh went wandering through your mind, Eliar?"
"Well, sort of, maybe. It seemed kind of warm, is about all. Does that mean anything at all?"
"This may not take as long as I thought, then. Tell me, Leigh, how exactly do you feel about Eliar?"
Leigh shrugged. "I love him," she replied simply.
Leitha!
Undine exclaimed. Not that way, Undine, Leitha said fondly. I love him in the same way that I love you, or Geher. I feel a bit differently about Behaid, but we can discuss that some other time. We're very much like a family, you know, and it's normal for people to love members of their own families. I encounter that all the time when I go browsing. Just go a little deeper, Leitha, Dwyer suggested, and make some noise so that Eliar knows you're there. A sudden look of revulsion crossed Leitha's face. You don't know what you're asking, Dwyer, she exclaimed. I can't do that.
What's the problem, Leitha?
Behaid asked. You don't know what's involved, Behaid, she told him in a horrified tone.
You're afraid of something, aren't you, Leitha?
Undine asked.
It can't be that awful, can it?
There must be some other way to do this, Dwyer, the pale girl said. No, Dwyer replied. I'm afraid there isn't. It won't really be all that dreadful, Leitha. Eliar's a simple, uncomplicated young fellow, so you won't encounter anything you can't handle. But he's a man, Dwyer. I noticed that, yes. Well, somebody tell me what's going on here, Eliar asked. What is it that you want her to do, Emmy, and why is she so upset about it? It's nothing really serious, Eliar, Dwyer replied. I'll explain it to him, Dwyer, Leitha declared. Sometimes you're just a little evasive about certain things. Her voice was flat, even unfriendly. Are we keeping secrets here, Em? Althalus asked.
She's making a big fuss about nothing,
Dwyer said irritably. Nothing? Leitha said. You've got a very strange definition of the word nothing, Dwyer. I think we'd better get this out in the open, Em, Althalus said. You are trying to do something sneaky, aren't you, little kitten?
That's a hateful thing to say, Althalus, she hissed.
You just gave yourself away, Em. Exactly what's the problem here, Leitha? If I go as far below the surface of Eliar's mind as she wants me to, I'll never be able to get out again, Leitha replied with a shudder. Our minds will cling to each other like frightened children, and Eliar and I'll never be truly separate again. So, we're all very close to each other anyway, aren't we? Not that close, we aren't. Eliar's a man, and I'm a woman. You did know that there are differences between men and women, didn't you, Althalus? Be nice, he murmured. Are you certain that there's no way you'll be able to untangle your mind from Eliar's? Do you think you could untangle yours from Dwyer's? It goes that far? Althalus was startled by that. Of course it does, Althalus. It's the same thing. Isn't there some other way we could do this, Em? He asked silently.
No, Althalus. The link between Leitha and Eliar has to be there, or this won't work. The senses are at the deepest level of awareness, so Leitha and Eliar have to be completely merged, in the same way that you and I are.
I see where the problem is now, Althalus said. Then again, maybe it isn't such a problem after all. It might even be very useful.
What are you up to now, Althalus?
Watch, Em. Watch and learn.
I'm getting just a little tired of that, Althalus.
I'm sure you'll get over it. Althalus squinted at the others. All right, children, he said to them. Mother's come up with an interesting sort of idea that we should consider before we go too much further. Mother? Behaid asked, his face puzzled. Isn't she? Althalus suggested. You've all seen the way she behaves. She's like a swallow with a nest full of chicks. There's a certain truth to that, I suppose, Leitha conceded. I rather thought you might see it that way, Leitha, he said. I'm sort of following up on something you said earlier. We are a family of sorts, and that means that Eliar's your brother and you're his sister, doesn't it? Well, Leitha frowned slightly. As you go deeper into Eliar's mind, it will establish that link you mentioned. But isn't that link there already? Neither one of you talks about it, but it's there all the same, isn't it? And isn't Undine also your sister? And there's a link there as well, isn't there? I suppose there is, she admitted. Then why are you making such a fuss about something that's already in place? You're already locked to Eliar, and you have been ever since we all left Queron. All you'll be doing now is bringing it out into the open. We might even want to expand that later and bring everybody into this family get-together. It might just be very useful. Love's a nice sort of thing, Leigh, so don't be afraid of it. I get the feeling that I'm being manipulated, Leigh said with a helpless little laugh. What do you think about this, Eliar? I always wondered what it'd be like to have brothers and sisters, he said, smiling a bit shyly. I sort of think we have to do this anyway, Leigh. You know how Emmy is, and I'd really like to be able to see again. She gently touched his cheek with one lingering hand. Why don't we see what we can do about that, brother? She said fondly. Leigh moved quite slowly, almost timidly, and several times both she and Eliar blushed furiously. It's not really that significant, children, Dwyer told them. Those are just physical differences. They have very little to do with who you really are. All of us are aware of our physical bodies all the time, and that awareness shouldn't bother you. She paused, and Althalus could feel her rummaging around. Let's start with taste and smell, she suggested. They're a bit simpler. Go find a flower of some sort, Geher. Any old flower? The boy asked. One with a fairly strong smell, if you can find one. I'll be right back, Geher promised, dashing from the tent. Get one of those green berries, Althalus, Dwyer murmured. Don't say anything about it. Just get it and put it into Leitha's mouth. I thought they were poisonous. Not unless you eat a plateful of them. Althalus flickered one hand at Leitha to get her attention, and then he touched one finger to his lips. She nodded. Althalus went to the rough table and picked up one of the small green berries. Then he went back to the bed, handed it to Leitha, and pointed at her mouth. She nodded again and put the berry in her mouth. As her teeth crushed the berry, she winced and puckered her lips. "That's awful!" Eliar exclaimed, contorting his face and trying to spit something out. "Actually, it's the loveliest thing you've ever tasted, Eliar," Dwyer told him. "This is coming along very well." The small yellow flower Geher brought for Leitha to sniff made Eliar break into laughter. "Are you bleeding very much, Geher?" he asked the boy. "Bleeding?" Geher asked, puzzled. "That's the flower from the shrub of hell, isn't it? It's got a smell that's almost as sharp as the thorns." "It's working, isn't it, Em?" Althalus said in silent exultation. "It has so far. Now take Leitha aside and whisper something to her. Their noses and mouths seem to be linked. Let's try their ears now." After Eliar had repeated what Althalus had whispered to Leitha, word for word, Dwyer told Althalus to tickle Leitha's foot, and that made Eliar jerk his foot. 4 out of 2, Dwyer said aloud. "Now we come to the really important one. I want you to lay your cheek against Eliar's cheek, Leitha. I want your eyes to be as close to his as possible. Don't think about anything in particular, and just look up at the roof of the tent instead of anyone's face. Let's find out if he can see light before we go on to more details." Leitha nodded, went to the side of Eliar's bed, and knelt beside it. Then she gently put her face against his. "I can see!" Eliar exclaimed. "It's not dark anymore." "Move your eyes slowly, Leitha," Dwyer instructed. "You'll have to adjust to a few things here. Bring your eyes slowly down and look at Undine." "All right," Leitha said. "She looks different for some reason," Eliar complained. "Leitha doesn't see her exactly the way you do, Eliar," Dwyer explained. "Women look at other women in a slightly different way than men do. I don't think we need to talk about that right now, though. Can you see her clearly?" "She seems to be sort of off-center," Eliar said. "What do you mean by that?" Undine demanded indignantly. "He wasn't trying to be insulting, dear," Dwyer said. "He's seeing you through Leitha's eyes, and her eyes aren't exactly where his are. It'll take a little while for him to get used to that, but we are past the difficult part now." Dwyer was speaking aloud through Althalus in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, but Althalus winced as her exultation began bouncing off the inside of his head. "There's nothing there, Eliar," Leitha objected, turning back to the young man sitting on the edge of the cot. "Please don't look at me, Leitha," he said, shuddering. "It makes my head swim to see myself from where you are." "I'm sorry," she apologized, quickly looking away. "I still can't see anything that looks like a door, though." Eliar reached out and patted the empty air between them. "But it's right here. Listen." He patted a little harder, and they could all hear the sound of his hands slapping against wood. Leitha reached out, feeling around the emptiness with her hand. "You just stuck your arm right through the door," Eliar exclaimed. "What's happening here, Emmy? The door's as solid as a brick wall, but Leitha just put her hand completely through it." "The doors only exist for you, Eliar," she explained with Althalus' usurped voice. "They aren't there for anybody else unless you lead them through. People are walking back and forth through those doors all the time, and they don't even realize it. The knife's involved, and the knife complicates things. Can you stand up?" "I feel fine now, Emmy, except for this headache." "Stand up slowly. Leitha and Undine can support you and make sure you don't fall. You're going to be using Leitha's eyes, so the door's handle's not going to be exactly where your hand thinks it's going to be, so you'll have to feel around to find it. Once you get hold of the handle, open the door, and the three of you can come home."
"Leitha and Undine will be coming right back, won't they?" Behade asked.
"No, they'll be staying here with Eliar and me."
"Wait a minute, Em," Althalus objected. "We need Leitha here. We've already lost the doors. If we lose our ears as well, we're going to be in deep trouble."
"I'm going to need Leitha here much more than you need her bear, pet. You can get along without her for a little while, and I can't. I'm not going to argue with you about it, Althalus. This is the way we are going to do it."
Leitha and Undine helped Eliar to his feet and supported him as he groped for the door handle that only he could see. Then his hand closed around something.
"There it is,"
he said, and then the three of them stepped out of sight.
"How long will it be until Leitha comes back?" Sergeant Callor asked in a worried voice.
"There's no way to tell for certain, Sergeant," Althalus replied. "It all depends on how badly Eliar's been injured. If it's just some bruising that needs to heal, it won't be very long. If it's really serious, it could be quite a bit longer. He has to use Leitha's eyes until his own are working again." Althalus kept his tone flat and matter-of-fact.
"I thought Dwyer could stop time there in the house," Chief Albron objected.
"That involves the doors, too," Althalus told him. "I'm not sure just exactly what Emmy's going to have to do to him to make his eyes work again, so time's probably going to keep moving. It all gets a little complicated."
"Now I've lost my ears, too," Callor said. "Without Leitha to do my eavesdropping for me, I've no way of knowing what the enemy's going to try next." "We might have to pull Gebel entirely out of the trenches, Sergeant," Chief Albron suggested. "He could fall back a few miles and dig in again."
"All that'd do is delay the inevitable, my chief," Callor pointed out. "Gelter will keep on charging his front, and Pekka's infantry will come out behind him through Knom's doors." "Can you think of any alternatives, Sergeant?" Althalus asked.
"There is a fairly gloomy one," Callor replied bleakly.
"Oh, how gloomy?"
"It's called The Last Stand, Althalus, and things don't get much gloomier than that." He looked around. "Where's Salkin? He knows the country around here better than I do." "What are we looking for, Sergeant?" Albron asked.
"A steep hill, my chief. Gebel can fortify the top of the hill and hold the enemy off for quite some time, at least until Kreuter gets here. Knom's doors won't be of any use, because Gebel's men are going to be looking out in all directions, so there won't be a backside to attack them from."
"Couldn't they just go round Gebel and march on K1?" That wouldn't be a good idea, my chief. Pekal and Gelter aren't very bright, but I don't think even they're stupid enough to leave an Aram army behind them.
How long do you think Gebel could hold out in that kind of situation? Althalus asked.
Calor shrugged. A week at least, possibly even as long as 2, if he's got enough food and water.
That might be long enough, Althalus mused. It all depends on whether Emmy can fix Eliar's eyes, and how long it'll take her. Do you think Gebel can hold out today?
Calor nodded. Since he'll be expecting Pekal, he'll be able to take steps. He'll still be in his trench when the sun goes down. Then, once it's dark, we'll pull him out and take him to some nice steep hill. The war's not over yet, Althalus. Actually, it's just barely started.
Gebel knows what he's doing, Sergeant Calor told Althalus, Behaid and Chief Albron, as the first faint hints of dawn stained the eastern sky.
We'll be at a bit of a disadvantage without Leigh, but we know enough about the enemy's plans to get by, at least for today. And tomorrow? Albron asked pointedly. That'll depend on just how steep a hill Althalus and I can find, and how far to the rear it is.
Geher and Salkan came up the slope from the trenches in the pre-dawn darkness.
Geher says you wanted to see me, General Calor, the shepherd said.
Right, Calor replied. You know the country around here fairly well, don't you?
I herd sheep in this part of Wekti, General, so I know every bush and rock by its first name.
Good. I need a large, very steep hill, Salkan. Something right on the verge of being a mountain peak. Is there anything at all like that in the immediate vicinity?
Salkan frowned.
Daiwa's Tower's a few miles south of here, and it sort of fits that description.
Who's Daiwa?
Behaid asked. He was a crazy hermit who lived around here a few hundred years ago, Your Reverence. I'm told that he believed that he was the only man in the world who truly loved God, and that everybody else was an agent of the devil. When he first saw that tower, he was certain that God had made it especially for him. It sticks up out of the surrounding pasture land for about 1,000 feet, and the walls of it are straight up and down.
How did he get up there, then? Calor asked.
There's a steep rock slide on the south side of the tower, General. It's hard going, but I've been to the top myself. Anyway, Daiwa climbed up there and lived in a cave up at the top. I understand that he used to roll boulders down the slide any time anybody tried to get up there. I guess he really didn't want company.
There almost has to be water up there, then, Calor mused thoughtfully.
Oh, yes, General Calor. There's a spring in the back of the cave. I don't know how the water finds its way up there, but it's clear and sweet and cold.
Just a trickle? Calor pressed.
No, sir, it's more like a fountain.
What do you think, Calor? Althalus asked. It sounds very close to what I'm looking for, Calor replied. Why don't we go have a look at it?
I think we should. Gebel's men have rounded up a few stray Ansu horses. Why don't you borrow 3 of them, and then Salkan can take us there so we can look it over.
The 3 of them reined in their horses as they crested a hill not long after dawn and saw a sheer-sided tower jutting up out of the prairie.
How did something like that crop up in the middle of all this grassland?
Sergeant Calor demanded in absolute bafflement as he stared at the peak.
It looks almost like a mountain that went astray.
I don't think how makes that much difference, Sergeant, Althalus said. Will it suit our purposes?
If we can get to the top, it'll be perfect, Calor declared. If Gebel's got enough food and water, he can hold that place for years.
Not while I'm the one who's paying Chief Gretty so much a day for his army, he won't. Let's go take a look at this rock slide. Salkan's part goat, I think, and just because he can scramble up the slide, there's no real guarantee that anybody else can. The 3 of them returned to the trenches about midday.
If God has teeth, that's probably what one of them looks like, Gebel, Calor told the bald and bearded Gwentyman. It juts up out of that grassland for a good 1,000 feet. Steep slope? Gebel asked. I'd hardly call it a slope, Sergeant Gebel, Althalus said. The main tower's straight up and down. There's rubble down at the bottom that sort of slants down to the prairie, and that slope's about as steep as anything you'd care to climb. Once you get to the tower itself, nothing but a fly could go up. If I can't get my men to the top, what good's it going to be? Gebel demanded irritably.
Oh, there's a way to get up there, Salkin told him. It looks like part of the peak broke away, so there's a rock slide where that part used to be. It's a lot steeper than the slopes at the bottom, and it isn't very wide, but we managed to get to scramble up to the top. You can see for miles from up there.
There has to be something wrong with it, Gebel said. I've never yet found anything that was perfect.
It hasn't got a roof, Sergeant, Althalus said, so I suppose you might get rained on every so often. I can make sure you've got food and water, but I won't be able to provide camp followers.
See, Gebel said to Calor, I knew there was something wrong with the whole idea. What's been happening here while we were gone? Calor asked in a more serious tone.
That sow's been wasting her cavalry all morning, Gebel replied, shrugging. No noise or anything from behind your trenches yet?
Nothing. I think your spies were blowing smoke in your ears, Calor. We haven't seen a sign of anything at all moving around behind our trenches, unless you're expecting a surprise attack by rabbits.
Just keep your reserve forces handy and out of sight, Gebel, Calor told him. You will be attacked from the rear by infantry before the sun goes down.
Gebel shrugged. If you say so, he said.
Have you started making plans for your withdrawal from the trenches yet?
Who needs a plan to cut and run? As soon as it gets dark this evening, I'll put my men out of the trenches and go south.
Do you want to do me a favour?
All you have to do is ask, Gebel.
Lend me that young redhead of yours. I want to put a couple of companies of my men on top of God's Tooth out there. My people are going to be moving in the dark, and a few bonfires on top of that peak should show them where they're supposed to go.
That makes sense, I guess.
Sergeant Gebel, one of the men in the trench called. Here they come again.
If you'll excuse me, Calor, I've got this little war on my hands right now, Gebel said sourly.
Of course, Calor agreed. Have a nice day. Here?
In your ear, Calor.
It's Dwea's idea, Althalus lied to Calor and Albron as the three of them lay concealed in the tall grass not far from the tent. Actually, he hadn't heard so much as a peep from Dwea for the past few hours.
Sheep? Albron said incredulously. I don't quite get the point, Althalus.
They'll keep coming from finding out about the men Gebel's got hidden on the back side of this hill, Chief Albron, Althalus explained. There's nothing in this world quite as brainless as a sheep, and they bleat all the time. When you get right down to it, a herd of sheep's even better than adding up fractions when you're trying to keep a mind leech like Common away.
I'm not going to argue with her about it, Calor said. If Dwea says sheep, then sheep it is. Do you think we'll get much warning when Pekka comes running out through Knom's doors behind the trenches?
Probably not very much.
Gebel's made some preparations, Sergeant, Chief Albron assured Calor. The backside of his trench line's not quite as unprotected as it might appear.
Gebel's an expert at that, Calor agreed. It's not going to take too much in the way of obstacles to ruin Pekkal's day. Gebel's reserves are going to be all over him before his men can go 50 feet.
Calor raised his head to look across the valley beyond Gebel's trenches.
Here comes the hag again, he said.
The Queen of Night appeared in the center of the army of Ansus lining the far ridge, and the weapon she was brandishing appeared to be that same stone axe that had quite nearly killed Eliar. She paused briefly, looking around to be sure her mounted men were in place, and then she swept her crude antique weapon forward to point it at Gebel's trenches.
"Charge!" she shrieked. "Kill! Kill! Kill!"
Her army roared its response and spilled down the slope like an unleashed wave, howling and slashing at the air about them with their swords. Then Althalus caught a faint flicker of darkness on the hillside behind Gebel's trenches, almost as if a cloud had briefly passed before the sun. And then, howling triumphantly, Pekal burst out of nowhere with a savage army of foot soldiers rushing out of the emptiness behind him.
"Kill them all!"
Pekal roared.
"Regwas!"
Calor calmly identified the attacking army. Then he rose to his feet and made a long sweeping motion with his arm to command Gebel's hidden reserves to attack. Pekal and his foot soldiers charged toward the apparently undefended back side of the trench, but at the last possible moment a forest of slanted, sharp-pointed stakes snapped up out of a thin layer of concealing dirt to face them.
"That thief!"
Calor exclaimed.
"Who's a thief?" Alvron demanded. "Gebel. That's the exact same trick I used on him during a war in Perquane a few years ago."
The sheer weight of Pekal's army crushed his front ranks forward to impale them on the stakes, and then as the charge faltered, Gebel's bowmen rose up in the trench to deliver a sheet of arrows directly into the faces of the attacking army. The Regwas infantry recoiled, and then Gebel's reserves came charging over the hilltop behind them. The panic-stricken sheep which had effectively concealed that reserve army from Coman complicated the battle behind the trenches quite a bit. Driven ahead of Gebel's reserves, they broke over the top of the hill like some huge white wave and ran blindly down the slope to engulf Pekal's forces.
"Now that's something you don't see very often," Sergeant Calor observed. "I can't even remember the last time I saw a herd of sheep attack somebody's army."
"It's all the rage now, Sergeant," Althalus said. "Fighting sheep are very fashionable this season." He felt a certain disappointment, even as he said it. The herd of sheep had been entirely his own idea, but he'd credited it to Dwyer to persuade his Aram friends to go along with him. The whole idea turned out to be even better than he'd thought it might be, but there was no way he could take any credit for it. It just wasn't fair. Gebel's reserves swept down the slope behind the stampeding sheep, which had hidden them from Coman to fall upon Pekal's disorganized force. The brute-like Pekal stood gaping in absolute astonishment as terrified sheep scrambled over his men, and Gebel's force came along behind their woolly allies, slaughtering every Regwas in sight. The outcome was never really in doubt, and after a long animal-like howl of frustration, Pekal turned, spouting curses like an erupting volcano, and ran back through Knom's door to make good his escape, leaving his army to its inevitable fate. Chapter 28.
"Now that's what I'd call a real hill,"
Sergeant Gebel said in an awed tone when they crested a knoll and saw Daiwa's tower jutting up out of the grassland in the pale moonlight.
"Where's that rock slide you mentioned, Calor?" "It's around on the other side," Calor told him. "We might have to set up a defensive perimeter around the base of it, though. You've got a lot of men and the slide's not very wide." "That's the way we want it, Calor. I don't want a broad highway leading up to my position. It won't take too long for my men to reach the top, though. My advance party was supposed to string ropes up the slide, and the rear guard I left in the trenches should be able to conceal the fact that we packed up and left. After what we did to the Ansus yesterday, I'm sure they won't be expecting our withdrawal. We chewed up most of their infantry behind my trenches and bit big pieces out of their cavalry. A retreat right after a victory is very unusual. They might not even realize that we've pulled out until tomorrow, and it's going to take them a while to bring in reinforcements. I hate to admit it, Calor, but this notion of yours is strategically sound." "I'm glad you approve." "I didn't say I approved. All I said was that it's an interesting strategic innovation." "Do you think there's any chance that they'll just circle around us and march on K1? Vahid asked as they started down the knoll toward the tower. "Anything's possible in a war, I suppose," Gebel said, "but it wouldn't be very likely. Only an idiot moves on and leaves an unfriendly army behind him. If that's the way they want to do it, though, it's all right with me. We got reinforcements on the way, so all we really need is time. Crater's cavalry should be here in a few days, and old Chief Eliar's people shouldn't be far behind. I'm going to just sit tight on top of that silly tower and wait for them. If the enemy takes K1, we'll just take it back after our reinforcements arrive. Won't that more or less demolish the entire city? Cities are overrated anyway. It's not my city, so I won't lose too much sleep if it gets burned to the ground. I've been burning cities for fun and profit since I was a boy. He looked at Calor then. What about food and water?
That's one of the things that attracted us to the place, Sergeant Gebel, Althalus lied smoothly. Brother Behaid here had heard about a monastic order of the Vecti religion that was just a trifle fanatic about absolute isolation. And there's a fairly large cave up on top with a spring at the back of it. As I understand it, they spent about a decade carrying food up that rock slide and storing it in the cave. Wheat, dried fruit, bacon, and dried beef, beans, all the usual things. We looked into that cave when we climbed the tower yesterday, and there are a lot of storage bins in there.
Whatever happened to those monks, anyway?
Althalus shrugged. There was an argument about which one of them was going to be the Lord High whatever of their holy order. It was one of those arguments that started with a lot of shouting and ended up with knives and axes. From what I understand, the dispute was very noisy right at first, but it turned dead quiet after a while.
God defend us from religion, Gebel said.
Amen, Althalus agreed, ignoring the shocked look on Behaid's face.
Have you heard anything at all from Dwyer?
Behaid quietly asked Althalus as they started the climb up the steep rock slide. Not so much as a peep, Althalus admitted, and I don't think it's very likely that I will. Coleman's out there eavesdropping, and Emmy's too clever to tell me anything she wants to keep out of his reach.
Can't you hold him off with halves and quarters and thirds the way Leigh can?
Not indefinitely. I'm fairly sure Coleman's going to be concentrating on me because Gehend knows that I'm sort of in charge of things. If I know too much, sooner or later I'll let something slip.
Did she tell you that she was going to keep you in the dark?
She didn't have to. I know Emmy well enough to know the way she thinks. If all it's going to take to restore Eliar's sight is enough time for the bruising to heal, he'll probably be joining us before the day's out. If she has to make some repairs, it might be longer. Althalus kept the possibility that Eliar's blindness might be permanent strictly to himself.
You're being very calm about this, Althalus,
Behaid accused. Getting excited won't accomplish very much. Have faith, Brother Behaid. If you believe hard enough, things might even turn out for the best.
Would it upset you if I worried just a little?
Behaid asked. Not if you can keep it to yourself, it won't. Sergeant Gebel called a halt after about a half hour on the steep rock slide.
Give me a minute or two to catch my breath, Calor, he panted. Too much soft living in the trenches, Gebel, Calor suggested slyly. I don't see you running uphill all that fast. It wouldn't be very polite if I just ran off and left you behind, would it? Did you really want a race to the top, Calor? Not particularly, no. These ropes your advance party strung up the rock slide are making this climb a lot more pleasant, particularly in the dark. Salcam brought Althalus and me up this slide yesterday in broad daylight, and I was blowing hard by the time we reached the top. What's it like up there? Uninviting, to tell you the truth. I didn't plan to invite anybody. Where's this cave with all the food and water inside? On the far side. From the look of things up there, I guess that an earthquake or something broke loose a large slab of rock on this side of the tower, and it toppled over. That removed the support on this side, and a good part of what used to be on top slid off and followed the slab. That's what formed this rock slide. Evidently the north side's more stable. There's a slope from the top of this slide that runs up to a kind of rocky crag that's 100 or so feet higher than the rest of the tower. The cave's in the face of that crag, right at the top of the slope. If worst came to worst, that cave might turn out to be very useful. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
That isn't very likely, Calor, Gebel said. The enemy's going to have to come up this rock slide to reach us, and I sort of feel a few brand new rock slides in the offing. It's very hard to concentrate when you got boulders rolling down over the top of you.
You're assuming that you're going to get all your men up there before Gelter's cavalry comes boiling down from the north, Calor reminded him.
There is that, I suppose, Gebel conceded.
Excuse me,
Gehel said from a few yards off to the left.
Brace yourself, Gebel, Calor warned. That boy's a positive wellspring of clever ideas.
He's hardly more than a baby, Calor, Gebel snorted.
That might be what makes his ideas so interesting. His mind isn't cluttered with preconceptions. Go ahead, Gare.
Well, the bad lady soldiers all ride horses, don't they?
That's why they're called cavalry, Gare, Calor replied.
I suppose, Gehel said. Well, some animals that belong to people are used to having fire around, dogs and cats mostly, but other animals, like horses and cows and sheep, are afraid of fire. And there's miles and miles of grass growing around this rock pile, isn't there? The rock pile won't burn, but the grass probably will, won't it?
It might, Gebel conceded, but only if there's a strong wind to whip it up. It's an interesting idea, boy, but I don't think it'll work if the weather doesn't cooperate.
The hare looked quickly at Althalus, but Althalus shook his head slightly and laid his forefinger to his lips. Then he spoke aloud. "We can discuss this later, gentlemen," he said. "Shouldn't we concentrate on climbing right now?" Sergeant Gebhel sighed, and then he continued going uphill, pulling himself hand over hand up one of the ropes snaking down the jumbled rock side.
"Where does the water go after it bubbles up in the middle of that pool?" Gebhel asked curiously when Althalus took him to the cave to show him the supplies he'd conjured up the previous day.
"I hadn't the faintest idea, Sergeant. We were a little pressed for time, so I didn't have the leisure to investigate."
Gebhel scooped up some of the water in his cupped palm and tasted it.
"Sweet," he noted. "Isn't spring water always sweet, Sergeant?" Behaid asked.
"Not really," Gebhel replied, wiping his hand on his kilt. "There's a spring near Chief Gwetty's hall that's got a lot of sulphur mixed with the water, and the silly thing's so hot that you can't put your hand in it. This hilltop of yours is looking better and better, Calor. As soon as my tents get up there, I'll put my men to work building an encampment around the mouth of this cave."
"We are not exactly planning to set up a permanent residence here, Gebel," Calor protested.
"How much would you care to wager on that? I'm sure Chief Gwetty's going to absolutely love your tower, Calor. It's got stalemate written all over it, and Gwetty wiggles like a puppy every time he hears that word." By first light, fully a third of Gebel's men had reached the top of the rock slide, and they had fanned out to line the edges of the slope leading up to the crag on the north side of the summit. As the light gradually increased, the men who were still strung out on the steep path began to move more rapidly, but it was obvious that it would be well past noon before they'd all reach the top. Behaid returned from a ledge that partially encircled the crag on the north end of the tower where he had gone to keep watch.
"We've got company coming, Althalus," he reported quietly. "It's still not light enough to see how many, but there are definitely horsemen moving around off to the north."
"So much for the notion that it'd take Gelter a day and a half to miss us," Althalus said sourly. "She's probably standing over Kuman with a club, and he's been browsing through Gebel's rear guard since midnight."
Then he wet one of his fingers and raised it, hopefully turning it this way and that.
"Nothing," he said. "There's not so much as a trace of a breeze. A nice cheery grass fire along about now might give us enough time to get the rest of Gebel's men up the slide before Gelter gets here, but the fire won't spread without a wind to fan it." He ground his teeth together and sent a silent cry out to Dwyer. "Emmy," he called, "I need you." There was no answer. "This is important, Em," he tried again. "I'm in trouble." The silence in his mind was oppressive. "She won't answer," he said aloud.
"Dwyer, you mean?"
Behaid asked. Althalus nodded. "She's cut me off completely, probably to hide Eliar's progress from me."
"Can't you deal with this without her help?"
"I don't know the word I need, Behaid. I don't think the book ever mentioned the word wind." Gehair had been standing off to one side.
"The book's on our side, isn't it?"
he asked. "We certainly hope so," Althalus replied.
"Then why would it get all picky about some silly little rule? Isn't there some word that means grow or make it bigger or something like that?"
"I've used peta sometimes when I was making food or water," Althalus said dubiously. "I used it fairly often when I was filling that cave with enough food to feed Gebel's men. What did you have in mind, Gehair?"
"Why not just go over to the edge and huff and puff a few times, and then say that word? Won't the book sort of understand what it is that you want?"
"I'm not sure that'd work," Althalus said, frowning.
"You'll never know until you give it a try, Althalus."
"It can't be that simple."
"Try it."
"Emmy would have told me if that's all it'd take."
"Try it."
"I don't think it'll work, Gehair."
"Try it."
Althalus dubiously walked over to the sheer brink and drew in a deep breath. Then he blew, much as he would to extinguish a candle, and rather half-heartedly said, "Peta." Nothing significant happened. "I told you that it wouldn't work, Gehair," he said.
"It might have if you'd said it like you meant it, Althalus,"
Gehair told him.
"Do it again and say the word right away. The book needs to know you're serious about this."
Althalus looked sharply at Gehair as a faint suspicion began to dawn on him. Then he looked out over the grassland below and blew as hard as he could, mingling the word peta with the sharp exhalation. Far below, in the pale light of dawn, he saw the grass suddenly flattened, as if mashed down by some enormous hand, and a vast surge spread out almost as a wave upon a stormy sea might.
"Told you,"
Gehair said smugly.
"There's not even a hint of a breeze, Master Althalus,"
the red-haired shepherd objected. "Trust me, Sulcan," Althalus told him. "You and your boys light the fires. I'll see to it that there'll be enough wind to make them spread." Sulcan's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You people aren't like other people, are you?" he asked. "What I mean is that you can do things that nobody else can do, can't you?"
"I'll explain it all to you later, my son," Behaid assured him. "This isn't exactly an ordinary war, and there are things happening that can't be explained in ordinary terms. When Althalus tells you that something's going to happen, it will happen, whether it's natural or not."
"Are you some kind of magician?"
Sulcan asked Althalus. "Something like that, yes," Althalus admitted.
"Our priests tell us that magicians are in league with the devil."
"Not all of them," Behaid told him. "Althalus has his faults, but when you get past them, he is a servant of God. We aren't endangering our souls by associating with him."
"Are you sure, Your Reverence?"
Behaid nodded. "Absolutely, Sulcan. Our enemies are the ones in league with the devil. We're on the good side."
Sulcan shrugged.
"If you say so. I'm not really very religious, but I didn't want to take any chances."
"Don't dawdle when you and your boys get down there, Sulcan," Althalus instructed. "Light up your torches, set the grass on fire, and then join the last of Sergeant Gebel's men down at the bottom of the slide. I want you and your boys to bring up the rear. A few Ansos might be able to avoid the fires, so keep your slings limber, just in case. Then follow the last of Gebel's men up the slope and cut the ropes behind you as you come up."
"Anything you say, Master Althalus,"
Sulcan replied as he turned to rejoin his friends.
When this is all over, I think I'll steal that boy from you, Don, Behaid said speculatively. He might just be very useful on down the line.
You can worry about that later, Althalus said. For right now, let's concentrate on living long enough to see the sun go down. Let's go back to your ledge. I need to see what's going on out there, but I don't want Gebel standing there watching when I kick up some wind. It only took Salkin and his boys about a quarter of an hour to ring the tower with fire, and then they ran back to join the last few battalions of Gebel's men at the foot of the rock slide.
"Here she comes,"
Geher said, pointing toward the north. Althalus looked out past the sluggish grass fires. Gelters and Sus, looking much like ants in the distance, were racing across the grassland toward the tower. "I hope this works the way it's supposed to," he muttered, drawing in a deep breath. Then he exhaled the word Peta sharply toward Gelter's charging cavalry. A soft breeze stirred the grass fires on the leeward side of the tower.
"The fires are starting to spread, Althalus,"
Geher called, peering over the edge.
"We need a stronger wind, though."
"I'm working on it." Althalus drew in another breath and repeated the procedure. The fires off to each side of the tower flared up, and dark smoke began to stream off to the north. The fires at the foot of the north side of the tower still seemed sluggish, though.
"The tower itself is blocking your wind," Althalus,
Behaid reported.
"I don't think this is working the way it's supposed to."
"Why don't you point your wind right down the cliff here at those fires that aren't burning as good as the ones at the sides?"
Geher suggested. "I don't think I've ever seen a wind blow straight down."
"Try it."
Althalus gave up and sent Peta howling down the sheer side of the tower. The sluggish grass fires on the sheltered north side of the tower exploded, boiling out across the plain like some vast tidal wave of flame. Gelter's Ansus reined in, gaping at the swirling wall of fire bearing down on them. Then, almost as one man, they turned and fled at a dead run.
"I think you can turn your wind off now, Althalus," Behaid shouted over the howling of the gale as he clung to the rocks behind him to avoid being swept off the ledge.
"I'll do that, brother Behaid,"
Althalus shouted back,
"just as soon as I can think of a way to manage it."
"I don't know, Althalus,"
Geher admitted.
"It just seemed right for some reason. We work for Emmy, and so does the book. It wouldn't make any sense for it to start getting nitpicky, would it?"
Then the boy frowned slightly.
"That really doesn't quite fit, though, does it? I can't read very much, so I don't know too much about books. Maybe it was something else that gave me the idea."
"Such as what?" Althalus demanded over the diminishing gale.
"Emmy doesn't want to talk to you because you might find out something she doesn't want Common to pickpocket out of your head. Maybe it was Emmy who stuck the idea into my noggin. Sort of the way Master Callow was using Salkin to pass lies to Common when we were back at the ditch."
"That would explain it," Althalus, Behaid agreed. "Dwyer can't really hide anything from you because your minds are too closely linked. Geher would be a perfect vehicle. He's always coming up with strange ideas, so you wouldn't even think there was anything very peculiar about his suggestion."
"I probably should have guessed," Althalus admitted. "There was something very Emmy-ish about the way Geher kept repeating, 'Try it,' over and over again. I don't really care where the idea came from, though, just as long as it worked." The sun, made bleary by the smoke from the grass fires, rose almost timidly over the eastern horizon as the howling gale subsided to a gentle morning breeze.
"There's not a sign of them anywhere out there," Chief Albron said. "Those grass fires might well have chased them all the way back to Ansu."
"That's probably too much to hope for, my chief," Calor said. "It's more probable that they all ran back to that cave." He pulled thoughtfully at one earlobe. "I'd give a pretty penny to know what they're planning, but there isn't much chance of finding out now that Leitha's gone. I can make a few guesses, but I hate to work that way."
"It's something to start with," Althalus said. "What are they most likely to try next?"
"Probably something conventional. I'm fairly certain that they didn't expect us to pull back this way.
We just bloodied their noses to a fare-thee-well back there in Gebel's trenches, and under normal circumstances we'd have held our position. It's highly unusual for an army to turn and run after it's won the kind of victory we pulled off back there, and unusual things on a battlefield tend to make commanders very nervous. It's my guess that they'll send out a few probing attacks to feel us out. They don't want any more surprises, so they're likely to move very carefully for a while.
You don't expect anything exotic right at first, then?
Calor shook his head. Not for the first few days. We've been springing surprises on them at every turn, Althalus. They didn't expect Gebel's trip lines. They didn't expect the shrub from hell. They didn't expect sheep herders with slings. And they didn't expect that attack from the rear by Gebel's reserves. So far, every time they've come up with something, we've come up with something better. They'll approach our new position with a great deal of caution, I think. I know I would.
It was midday by the time the last of Gebel's men reached the top of Daiwa's tower, and Salkan's shepherds came up behind them.
"Should we cut the ropes, General Calor?"
the young redhead called, when he reached a spot several yards from the top of the rock slide.
"Why don't you see if you can just pull them up, Salkan?" Calor called back. "Good rope's expensive, so let's not waste it unless we have to." "We'll try it, General." "Sergeant Calor's an Aram through and through, isn't he?" Behaid said to Althalus. "He absolutely hates to waste anything that costs money."
"That doesn't bother me in the slightest, Brother Behaid, since I'm the one who's paying for all of this." Geher came across the rocky plateau from the place where he'd been throwing rocks off the edge.
"I just thought of something," he said.
"Spit it out, boy," Calor said. "Have you come up with a way to set fire to burned-off grass, by any chance?"
"I don't think you could do that, Mr. Calor. Not until next year, anyway. No, this is about the doors."
"We don't have any doors right now, Geher," Althalus said.
"No, but the bad people do, and they'll try to use them to hop out right up close to the top of that rock slide. And then, after all of Mr. Gebel's men get real busy trying to hold them back, they'll come popping out someplace behind our people, the way they did back there at the ditches, won't they?"
"That's more or less the way I'd do it, if I still had doors," Calor conceded. "What do you think we should do about it?"
"Well, I got to looking at that bunch of rocks where the cave is. Isn't that a whole lot like a tower stuck on top of another tower? If some of Mr. Gebel's men stayed at the top of the rock slide, rolling big rocks down on the bad people and stuff like that, couldn't the rest of them build some sort of fort around the front of the cave, and some others could climb up to the top of that bunch of rocks so that they could throw spears and shoot arrows at any bad people running up the slope toward the cave? Wouldn't that tower on top of this big tower be an even better place to fight the bad people than the top of the rock slide?"
"Name your price, Althalus," Calor said. "I'll pay anything you ask for this boy."
"You are going to get me in trouble talking like that, Sergeant Calor," Althalus replied.
"It is feasible, Calor," Gebel conceded reluctantly, "and it's likely to take a lot of the heart out of the attackers. They'll lose thousands fighting their way to the top of the rock slide, and when they do get there, they'll see another fort they'll have to attack. I think most of them are going to start getting homesick along about then. I know I would." He squinted at Calor. "What are you going to come up with next?" "Oh, I don't know," Calor said. "I suppose we could build a tower of some kind on top of that crag, if you want." "And then a tower on top of that one, and another, and we just keep on going up and up until we finally have to build a tower with hinges on the bottom?" "What would we need with hinges, Gebel?" "We'd have to be able to tip it over to let the moon go by, wouldn't we?" "Very funny, Gebel," Calor said dryly. "I'm glad you liked it," Gebel chuckled. By late afternoon, Gelter's answers had returned across the fire-ravaged grassland and totally encircled the tower.
Gebel's men soon discovered that a boulder rolled off the edge of the tower onto the rocks 1,000 feet below, bounced a long way out from the base of their fortress. They found that to be enormously entertaining. The Ansus, however, weren't particularly amused, so they withdrew about a half-mile. Sergeant Gebel came back from the barricade at the top of the rock slide.
"Why are those sheep-herders flinging pebbles down the rock slide?" he demanded. "For the fun of it, probably," Callor replied, shrugging. "Why worry about it? The pebbles are free, so it's not costing us anything."
Gebel grumbled something and went back to rejoin his men.
"Why are they doing that, Althalus?" Chief Albron asked.
"It was my idea, sort of," Gahel told him. "I got to thinking about doorways. Stuff goes both ways through an open door, doesn't it? And the fellow who opens the door almost has to be standing right behind it, doesn't he? If there's a rock zipping down that slide when Gnom opens his door, it might just hit him right smack in the face. If Gnom gets his brains knocked out, the bad people won't have doors anymore, and things go back to being even. I told Salkan that bouncing rocks around among all the boulders on the slide would sooner or later whack into somebody and make him yelp. That way, Mr. Gebel's men might get a little warning that bad people are trying to sneak up on them. Salkan thought it was a real good idea, so he did it."
"How closely were you watching when Pekel came through Gnom's door back there behind Gebel's trenches, Behaid?" Althalus asked that evening.
"I was paying fairly close attention," Behaid said. "Why do you ask?"
"Did you notice anything at all peculiar just before he came charging out?" Behaid frowned.
"Are you talking about that little flicker?"
"Exactly. I wanted to be sure it wasn't just my imagination. How would you describe it?"
"Oh, I don't know."
Behaid groped for a word.
"It seemed almost as if some very brief shadow passed over the sun, didn't it?"
"That comes close," Althalus agreed. "I can't confirm this, because Emmy won't talk to me right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens every time anybody uses the doors."
"It could happen, because the light's not quite the same on both sides of the door, Althalus. It's darker or lighter on one side than it is on the other."
"That might explain it. Anyway, I got a strong suspicion that it happens every time. We've never noticed it before because we were always right in the middle of it, but that flicker might just be all the warning we're going to get before an enemy attack." Sergeant Gebel's men spent most of the night building a substantial wall in front of the cave mouth and extending it out to the east and west sides of the tower.
"They work awful fast, don't they?"
Gare noted. "They've had a lot of practice," Althalus replied.
"That's sort of what wars are all about, isn't it?"
Gare suggested.
"One side builds walls or barricades, and the other side tries to get over the top of them."
"It's part of the long, sad history of man," Behaid told him mournfully. "Sooner or later, everybody tries to come up with some way to keep others out."
"Emmy took care of that a long time ago, didn't she?" Gare said. "Nobody gets into her house unless she wants them to."
Behaid nodded his agreement.
"That chasm at her front door does sort of discourage visitors, doesn't it? Actually, it's a variation of the moat that surrounds many fortresses."
"What's a moat?"
"It's sort of like a trench that's filled with water."
"That would sort of make it awful hard to get in, wouldn't it? We could do that too, couldn't we? I mean, Althalus does have that spring at the back of the cave, doesn't he?"
Behaid shook his head.
"You'd need a river to fill a moat, Geher,"
he explained. "Hold it for a moment, Brother Behaid," Althalus said, as an idea struck him.
"It's a very nice little spring, Althalus," Behaid said, "but it's hardly a river."
"It might be when it grows up. I think I'll go have a little talk with Callor."
"Sometimes you're almost as bad as Geher is, Althalus."
"Why, thank you, Brother Behaid."
"It wasn't intended as a compliment, Althalus."
"Maybe not, Behaid, but that's the way it came out."
"It's an interesting notion, Althalus," Calor admitted, "but how are we going to explain it to Gebel? He's got all his men working on that wall. I don't think he'll pull half of them off that job to dig a moat."
"I don't think I'll need very much help, Sergeant," Althalus told him. "I know what a ditch looks like."
"You're going to dig it all by yourself?" Chief Albron asked incredulously.
"I do have certain advantages, Albron," Althalus reminded him. "If I say ditch in just the right way, there will be a ditch in front of Gebel's wall."
"And just how do you plan to explain it to him?"
"I hadn't really planned to explain it. We've all been wasting far too much time explaining things. I think I'll try something new this time. I'll just go ahead and do it. And if it makes Gebel start coming unraveled, that's just too bad. Gehend and his people are starting to irritate me, so I think it's about time to show them just how bad an idea that really is."
Geher came along the ledge at the side of the crag.
"I thought the bad people were going to use their doors to get here," he said.
"I'm sure they are," Sergeant Calor replied.
"Then why are they camped way out there on the flat country? I just saw some little fires a long way from here. They're miles and miles from here."
"Are you sure?" Albron asked.
"It's night time, Mr. Albron, and you can see a fire, even a little one, from a long ways away when it's dark, particularly when you're on top of something as high as this."
"Show me," Calor said shortly. "I don't really need any more surprises. Come along, my chief, let's take a look." "Do you think Dwyer might pass the right word to you the way she did last time?" Behaid asked Althalus.
"She won't have to," Althalus replied. "I know which word I'll need this time. I've got a fair grip on the simpler words. It's the complex ones that give me trouble. All I need is the word for dig, and I've used that dozens of times. If I'd used my head, I could have made things much easier for us when you and I and Eliar were opening my private gold mine down in Perkane."
"What about expanding your spring? Do you know the right word to increase the amount of water coming from it?"
Althalus shrugged. "I'll use the same word I used to make the wind blow harder," he said.
"That's quite a difference between wind and water, Althalus."
"Not really. Geher sort of opened my eyes when he suggested that the book wants to help us. Emmy's the one who's a stickler for fine details. The book seems to be quite a bit more tolerant. There will be a ditch in front of Gebhel's wall, Brother Behaid, and it will be full of water when Pekel's infantry charges. Trust me."
"I still think that's a couple of armies out there, Mr. Calor,"
Geher was saying as the three of them returned.
"Those fires are spaced out too even to be just leftovers from the grass fires we set yesterday. Besides, our fire went north, and those fires are way out to the east and the west."
"A big fire generates its own wind, boy," Calor explained patiently. "I've seen whirlwinds spouting out of the top of a fire, and a whirlwind can carry embers in just about any direction."
"I'm sorry, but I think you're wrong."
"You can think anything you want to, Geher," Calor told him. "Just don't try to grind my face in it."
The sky to the east was growing lighter as dawn approached, and Althalus grew edgier by the moment. He almost jumped out of his skin when Geher said, "Geher!" from just behind him. "Don't sneak up on me like that, Geher," he scolded. Geher's expression was absolutely blank, and his eyes were vacant. He pointed at a scrubby bush and said, "Geher!" again.
"Say it, Althalus,"
he snapped. Althalus stared at him in total bafflement.
"Geher?"
"Don't ask, Althalus. Say it."
The tone was so familiar that Althalus suddenly laughed.
"You're starting to make me cross, Althalus. Look at the bush and say, Geher."
"Whatever you say, Em," he said, grinning broadly. He waved his hand almost negligently at the bush and said, "Geher." The bush instantly sprouted new shoots and leaves as it very visibly became larger and larger, growing on command.
"Now that was very sneaky," Althalus said admiringly.
"What was?"
Geher asked, his face puzzled. "You don't know what just happened, do you, Geher?"
"Nothing happened, Althalus," Geher replied. "I just came over here to tell you that I think Mr. Calor's wrong. What are we talking about here?
Nothing all that important, Geher, Althalus lied. Just stay sort of close to me this morning. I think I'll feel a lot better if you're around. The sun had not yet quite risen when the steady barrage of stones from the shepherd's slings brought a different sound. The clatter of rocks striking rocks was replaced by the metallic ring of rocks striking steel. Then a horde of armored men, holding shields in front of them, came spilling out from behind large boulders scattered across the last 50 yards or so of the slide.
"They're right on top of us,"
Behade shouted. Gebel's men, however, didn't appear to be unduly alarmed. Almost casually they levered loose what had appeared to be their defensive wall of boulders to send them bounding down the slide directly into the teeth of the charging enemy.
"Fall back!"
Gebel roared, and his army turned and ran up the slope to their defensive wall in front of the cave mouth.
"Oh, that was clever,"
Calor said admiringly to his bald friend.
"You didn't really think I'd try to hold that slide, did you, Calor?" Gebel said. "I thought you might pretend for a while. I don't waste men just for show, Calor. The cave's where our food and water are. I'll concentrate on protecting the cave. If our enemies want the top of your silly hill, they're welcome to it. The only part I want is that crag where the cave is." "Why aren't they doing anything?"
Behade asked about an hour later, when the sun had fully risen and Gebel's men were all in place behind their defensive wall at the foot of the crag.
"They're baffled, Behade," Calor explained, "and probably more than a little afraid. Gebel's outsmarted them at every turn. He hasn't once done what they expected him to do. He holds positions when he shouldn't, and he retreats when there's no reason for it. They have absolutely no idea of what he'll do next. Except that whatever it is will probably cost them a lot of their soldiers," Chief Albron added.
Use Twe, Althalus,
Geher, wooden-faced and vacant-eyed, said in a firm voice. "I was going to use Tehigwa, he disagreed. "I don't think an earthquake's a very good idea up here on top of this tower."
There's a crack running from east to west, about 50 paces to the south of that crag, Althalus,
Geher explained woodenly.
"If you widen that crack with an earthquake, it'll give you the ditch you want."
"It won't work, I want the ditch just in front of Gebhel's fortification. If I put that ditch that far away, Pekel's troops will just swim across and continue the attack."
"You're going to do this my way, Althalus, eventually. Save your breath and just do as I tell you."
He threw his hands in the air. "All right, he gave up.
"Then use Equa to pour water into the ditch."
"Yes, dear, I was going to do that anyway, but it's nice to get some confirmation."
"Oh, hush."
The air seemed to shimmer about halfway down the slope from Gebhel's fortified position, and a huge army of Regwas infantry came charging through Knom's door.
"Not yet,"
Geher told Althalus. "Let me do this, I still think the ditch won't be in the right place, though."
"Trust me."
The enemy foot soldiers, howling triumphantly, charged up the slope towards Gebel's crude fort, even as archers and Salkan's shepherds, who lined the top of the crag, showered them with arrows and stones.
"Now, Althalus!"
Geher barked.
"Twe!"
Althalus said sharply, pointing at the ground directly in front of the charging army. A deep, booming rumble came up from the ground, and the entire tower seemed to shiver, almost like a wet dog. There was a hideous cracking sound that ripped from east to west across the tower, and the loose earth fell into a wide gap which suddenly opened directly in front of the enemy. The resulting trench was perhaps 20 feet wide and quite nearly as deep. The enemy charge halted immediately. Then Pekel came raging out onto the slope, directly below that new obstacle.
"Attack!" the brute screamed. "Charge! Charge! Kill them all!"
The soldiers who were carrying scaling ladders rushed forward to push the ladders down into the ditch, and Pekel's force streamed down into the trench Althalus had just opened. More and more ladders were pushed down to the men already in the trench, and they were quickly placed against the forward wall so that Pekel's army could continue its attack.
"What are you waiting for, Althalus?" Behay demanded. "They're still charging."
"Let's get as many of them as we can in that trench," Althalus replied calmly.
"You blundered, Althalus," Chief Albron exclaimed. "Your ditch runs all the way to the edge of the tower on both sides. Your water's going to drain out as fast as it comes in. Those men in the ditch won't even get their feet wet."
"That sort of depends on how much water I pour into the ditch, doesn't it?" Althalus replied bleakly. He squinted down the slope. "That looks like most of them," he observed, watching the rear ranks of Peckle's army scrambling down into the ditch. Then he swept his hand down and shouted, "Ekwer!" The front side of his improvised trench suddenly exploded as a new river burst through into its carefully prepared channel. Unlike most rivers, however, the one Althalus had just created ran both ways, streaming off to the east and to the west, and when those rivers reached the edges of the tower, there were two spectacular waterfalls thundering 1,000 feet down to the rocky slopes at the base of the tower. Pekhal's army, of course, was caught in the savage current, and they were swept to the brinks of those two thundering waterfalls to plunge, shrieking in despair, to the rocks far below.
"Dear God!"
Behay exclaimed in horror as he saw Pekhal's army literally melt away.
"Look!"
Chief Albron shouted.
"It's Dragon! He's coming out of that cave!"
Althalus spun quickly to look in astonishment at Chief Delia's silver-haired captain leading the men of his clan out of the cave to join Kebal's troops behind the fortifications. "You didn't expect that, did you, Alfie?" Geher said smugly, his voice almost perfectly matching Dwea's. Pekhal was shrieking insanely on the other side of the raging river, which had just swept his army away. He lashed out with his sword, blindly killing any of his men unlucky enough to be near him. And then, to everyone's stunned disbelief, Eliar emerged out of empty air. The young Aram was fully armed, and he brandished his sword menacingly.
"Pekhal!"
he roared.
"Run now while you still can! Run, or I'll kill you right where you stand!" "But you're dead!"
Pekhal gasped.
"Not quite,"
Eliar grated at him.
"Choose, Pekhal, run or die!"
And then he started toward the startled savage, his sword held low. Screaming curses, Pekhal scrambled over the bodies of the men he had just killed, swinging his huge sword. Althalus shook off his astonishment at this unexpected turn of events to watch very closely as Eliar neatly parried the brute's first massive blow, and then lightly flicked his sword across Pekhal's cheek. Pekhal flinched, his face spurting blood. Eliar swung again, and Pekhal was only barely able to ward off the blow with his shield. Without so much as a pause, Eliar swung again. The clanging of the swords quickened, and Althalus found it difficult to separate one swing from the next. Eliar was obviously the better swordsman. Pekhal relied almost entirely on brute strength and rage, but he grew more frenzied and desperate as Eliar blocked or parried his every stroke and continued to lightly flick his blade across Pekhal's face, drawing blood each time. Enraged, Pekhal seized his sword hilt in both hands, casting away his shield. He swung a massive overhand blow at Eliar's head, but it slid harmlessly to one side as Eliar neatly diverted it with his blade. Then Eliar quite suddenly took the offensive, swinging heavier and heavier blows at Pekhal's head and shoulders. In a desperate attempt to protect his head, Pekhal raised his sword and held it in a horizontal position to fend off Eliar's blows. Then Eliar swung wide, and his sword edge cut smoothly through Pekhal's wrist, sending his sword and hand spinning away.
"Kill him, Eliar!"
Sergeant Kalor shouted, but to everyone's startled disbelief, Eliar dropped his sword and drew the knife from his belt. He raised it to hold the flat of the blade directly in front of Pekhal's eyes. Pekhal shrieked, trying to cover his eyes with his remaining hand and the blood-spurting stump of the missing one.
"Go!"
Eliar thundered.
"Go now, and never return!"
Just then the terrified Gnom was suddenly thrust violently through his flickering doorway. He dashed forward, seized the maimed and shrieking Pekhal, and dragged him backward. And then the both of them vanished, and the shimmering flicker of Gnom's door was no longer there.